Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Done the 360 and back in the water. Oh, that's no. That was gonna work so well. That was gonna be the stunt of the day award. It was a good effort. It was probably on for a 42 that lap, and then it's all gone horribly wrong. So our first water recovery for our recovery team out there this morning. Emblazoned in their speed flow shirts with thanks to KMC Performance. Oh, Matty. What if he had have actually kept going with that, that would have been a good solid 8 out of 10, I reckon. All right, so that'll be a no time for Matt Harrop. So he's got a 41.0 to play with, which will have him solidly in the 12. It's definitely in the 6. See if they can get it back and clear some of that material from underneath the boat. So yeah, another Kiwi-built boat by Richard Burt in New Zealand, and if Bertie and any of the team are watching on, hello to our Jet Sprint friends in New Zealand, Rob Coley, who's been racing over here this year. Matt's been running in the Group A class over in New Zealand, so yeah, one of the Richard Burt built hulls. Maddie said it's a Burt built boat, BBB. Bertie's got back into the sport over there in New Zealand with a Barra Falcon turbocharged unlimited superboat that looks pretty wild. And I think the first one to do that with the Barra, because talking about it yesterday, some of the drag racing guys are screwing 2,000 horsepower out of those things now for a big turbocharged single 6-cylinder. So yeah, Maddie's not going to get the thing back in. It's got that much stuff underneath the grill. So we'll grab the jet ski quickly and get that towed back in. So yeah, Richard Burt's been running a turbocharged Barra 6 in his unlimited boat in New Zealand, and it's been super, super fast. But it's got that much torque, it keeps hurting parts. The other cool boat that I've watched this year on the New Zealand coverage is the Hoxema's 2J Z Toyota, which is the same but different. Probably not as much torque, but like big RPM and big horsepower they can screw out of those 2Js as well. So good to see the Kiwis, as ever, doing something different in the unlimited class. And we've already talked about Peter Hose's blown rotary boat, which is now here in Australia at the hands of the Borrowed Time boys. Won an Australian title a couple of seasons ago with Justin Roiland. So I don't know if Roylo's watching the live stream. He's over in Europe somewhere with the family. So Roylo, if you're watching, don't know what time of the day it is over where you are, but hi from the team here at CABARITA, and obviously over to our friends in New Zealand, and there's probably some Americans in that watching as well, because this is the last opportunity from a racing point of view before the Worlds over in New Zealand in February 25 down in Wanaka and Wanganui. So I know a lot of the teams from Australia are going to head over for that one, and some of them are certainly in a development phase getting ready for that. So good luck to all of our teams here in Australia going over to contest the Worlds and be up against some of the Americans and obviously the top Kiwis, including one Mr. Matthew Harrop, who's getting towed back into the pit area. All right, so LS class qualifying round number 5. So we'll have one more qualifier after this before we get into the finals. So we should have 16 entries in LS, so 4 are going to miss out. So with the aggravation boat back here this morning and running, 16 boats to make the 12 in LS. In Group A, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left in Group A. And in Superboat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left in Superboat. So they'll go straight through to the 6. Later on this afternoon. Matty Moldhouse, Leighton Collins, and the Nude Nuts race boat. So Matt's been solidly inside the top 4 in LS. Matt's best lap has been a 40.302 set in qualifying round 3 yesterday. He's gone 57.9 with a rotation error and a correction. 42.6, 40.3, 40.8 here yesterday afternoon. Stinger hull, LS Chevy in the back of the boat. So Matt's going to need a good low 17 to the split to be competitive here, and he's gone 16.6. I reckon that's up here with his best split. A real wide run on the approach to Benny's. He was up against the bank but got through Benny's beautifully. Matt Malthouse on a run here. This could be sub 40. Might see him get into the 39s. He made a nav error there yesterday. Gets that one right, gets the last corner right. Looking for a 39 for Matt Malthouse. And no, not quite. Not quite. 40.601. 40.601. So I think split-wise, that was probably up there with their best. It probably lost a little bit of time maybe in the second half of the lap, but Even so, only 3/10 slower than the 40.3 in round number 3 yesterday. So that consolidates Matt solidly inside the top 6. That should put him, I think, P4, P3, there or thereabouts. Pretty sure that will be... He and Nate Mullen were sort of chair. So Nate Mullen will be 3rd. So that should have Matt and Leighton in that 4th position overall after the 5th round, because Nate Mullen's gone 40.10 here yesterday afternoon in Q4, so that would have him P3. Steady Eddie, new boat this summer. Jodie Cottam has never raced anything before in her life before she got into this boat, so this weekend's dedicated to their Uncle Eddie and sponsored by Miller Tyre Centre, Power Air, Botches Real Estate and Universal Home Improvements. Botches Real Estate, they've got to be Brisbane natives. So Jodie's best lap has been a 45.111. 45.111. Solidly in the 12, goes to the split with an 18.8. Oh, a little bit of cavitation, just tagged the bank off the exit after the split. Down through Benny's. Nice through there, is a little bit lazy getting out. Considering she'd never raced anything before this season, she's doing a hell of a job. Sprintec Hull. Pitted next to it, Daryl Hutton this weekend here at Cabba. And down to the line with a 46.832. 46.832. Not her best. 45.111 has been her best, and that was in qualifying round number 3 here yesterday afternoon. So they just might have made some changes and tried something getting towards the finals. So they should be, I'm just looking at what maybe the bubble will be. It's probably not going to be too far away from that sort of 46-second range to get into the 12. Solid gold, Lance Edmonds. Now, since we saw Lance last time, he's had a fresh engine built, and it's got another 85 horsepower from what he was running previously. So he's loving having a little bit of extra horsepower. Handling-wise, they're just struggling a little bit through Benny's. He's actually bounced off the exit of Benny's on the outside a couple of times and swiped a bit of the sign writing off the solid gold machine. Another one of the Atchison hulls. Contractor based over in Goondiwindi. Chris Edmonds is his uncle. And technical director for the weekend. All right, goes through the split at a 19.2, so 4/10 down on Steady Eddie. Lance's best lap's been a 45.821. Nice clean lap, got through Benny's a lot better that time. I think they've made some changes just to try and sharpen the boat up a little bit on the handling side. It looks a little bit better than it did yesterday. Look for this to be a low 45 potentially. 46.505, so actually a little bit slower. 46.505. So their 45.821 in Q4 stands as their best. Lance Edmonds and Peter Sendy. Next one off the trailer is Rodney Norton and Pam Moran in Hot Shot. Australia's fastest organic garlic grower. That's what Rodney does for a living, believe it or not. He grows garlic. Sponsored by Designer Sheds, North Coast Boating Centre, Mooney Beach Hotel. That's not a bad sponsor to have. Rod's Garlic and all garage door services. New package for Rodney this year. He debuted in the sport last year, and like Jodie Cottam, had never raced anything before in his life. Oh, we've got a little bit untidy out of that first corner. The Borough Time boys are clapping down here in front of me. They're enjoying it. Rodney's a hard case, so's Pam. Not too sure if that's a Stinger or a Macraft, but it was definitely a new hull for Rodney this year, and he's just struggled a little bit on the engine side with finding someone to tune the boat sort of down this coast, but it's certainly running a lot better, and Rodney in his second season is again just improving out of sight. He's going to get the lap complete here and goes 44.742. 44.742. Their best has been a 43.921 from Q3. So Q3 sort of at the moment with these guys for the majority has been their best laps of the day. So whether the water's just maybe a little bit heavier this morning, having sort of sat overnight, there was a fair amount of weed sort of floating around, as much as the CABARITA team here at Round Mountain Raceway have got so much of it out of the water. Notably, quite a lot of it still sort of in the pit area. And Grant Burke, our race director, was saying sort of in the last couple of weeks they've cut so much of it out of the track. It was sort of chest high. There was that much in it with how much rain has been through here on the coast. So for those of you watching the live stream wondering where we are, so we're probably 10-15 minutes if that from CABARITA Beach over on the coast, just sort of south of Kingscliff, over the border from Queensland into New South Wales, so northern New South Wales. And down the motorway, it's probably a good hour and a half, give or take, from Brisbane, hour and 3/4 if that. Right, twisted, Jade Atchison. Aaron Kearney in the navigator's seat with the twisted machine, Matt Craft hull. This boat's actually for sale. And like Jade debuted last year as well, and another one, as you can see, more than handle the boat now, and she's super fast. Has struggled with the rotation, goes 18.1 to the split. So they've had a couple of nav errors. Fastest lap was a 43.928 here late yesterday afternoon. 43.928. She rockets around that big 360 over the back. That's where she was struggling yesterday with that call. Got that right, and this time out of the final corner looking to improve on a 43.298. Goes 43.909. 43.909. So goes a shade quicker, like by 200ths, but now heading in the right direction, literally, after a couple of nav issues yesterday. So Jade Atchison gets a nice lap banked here in round number 5, qualifying round number 5. Jade sponsored by Central Coast Hino, Leader Machinery New South Wales and Atchison Trucks. So if you want a very competitive LS boat, the team are looking at developing a new package, hopefully going forward to 2025. So that boat is currently for sale. Another boat with KMC performance down the side of it. Is there any boats out there that doesn't have KMC down the side of it? Toxicity out of the same camp. This is 7777. It started life as a Mack Craft, and it's had a lot of hybrid changes made to it. So it sort of looks like a Pulse, looks like a Sprint Tech, has a little bit of stinger going about it as well, but started life as a Mack Craft hull. James Machin and Louis Borg. Their best lap's been a 46.3, and that's where I think probably the bubble's going to be for the top 12. Down to the split. Goes 18.307 to the split. Oh, he ran wide at Benny's. It just tagged the bank off the exit. Managed to get away with it. But that was a very wide run. That was a fairly late turn, and some of the guys are trying to get a late turn and get the apex off the exit of the corner rather than through the centre, and it's the most crucial corner here on the place, and maybe the last corner as well, as James goes through Toxicity with a 45.018. 45.018, and that's their best lap of the weekend. 45.018. He's just taken 1.3 seconds off their best set in qualifying 4 here late yesterday afternoon. What's that big yellow thing in the sky? Oh, it's sun. No, I'm not going to put the curse of the black jelly bean on it. The timing girls are winding me up because I'm talking about the weather. I did it yesterday and got it so wrong for so many times. And for the Kiwis watching, if you remember back to the 90s and the Rock, the 89 FM radio station, and they had a mock weather forecaster on there called Ken Cumulus. I am certainly not a Ken Cumulus after yesterday's efforts. Every time I said it was lightening up, it started raining again, so we won't talk about that. Nate Mullen, Rip Shift B. And this is a jet speed hull to replace the Stinger that was destroyed at Griffith, sadly. One of the biggest fires I've ever seen in motorsport, and it was so sad to watch. I mean, the guys got out, that was the important thing, but they went off track and got upside down, and I don't know if it was oil, certainly fuel later in the piece with the flames, and so the Rip Shift team put a new boat together. I think this is one of Fonzie's former boats, an unlimited superboat. Another jet speed out in New Zealand, goes through the split at a 16.7. We saw a 16.6 from Matty Malthouse. These two guys, Matt Malthouse and Nate, are sort of battling for that third and fourth position here at the moment. Nate's well and truly on it through the centre of the course. His best has been a 40.109. Don't think this will be as fast. 40.610, 40.610. So about half a second off their best. Matt Malthouse went 40.601 and Nate just went 40.610 in the same round. So I don't know if the Rip Shift team made a couple of little changes in that round for Bastian and Nate, but they weren't able to go faster than their best so far this weekend. But Nate solidly in the 4 at the moment and battling for that second position overall in the championship behind champion-elect Bastian Mullen. So Bastian's already tied up that crown, now 3-time Australian LS champ. He has to be the favourite for the Worlds in February over in New Zealand, taking on the might of the best Kiwis and the Americans coming over with the LS class now in the World Championship frame. Fonzie Mullen's obviously tied up the Australian Unlimited Superboat title here again. He did that at Keith actually, so his 9th Superboat title, 10th Australian title, and just continuing on his amazing form with that wonderful race boat. And pretty much I would say officially now that Ollie Silverton will be crowned Australia 1 to go with his 1NZ and world number 1 as the reigning world champion in the Group A class. Laurie Howlett now goes over to the other side of the boat, and wife Karen drives the drop bear entry as the B entry in that boat. Sadly, Karen's last weekend driving this boat, goes through the split with a 21.9. Karen is an accountant. Not too many accountants racing jet sprint boats around the world, I'm imagining. So Karen pretty much found time every lap, so went 57.8, 58.5, 56.2, 53.6 to find 3 seconds here yesterday afternoon. Super smooth. See if she can go faster than that 53.6 here in Q4, and goes 54.015, 54.015, so about a half a second slower than their best with a 53.6 set here yesterday afternoon. So just a couple more boats left to run in the LS class. So Kobe and the junior development boat should be heading towards the boat ramp now, and Group A. Group A, head towards the boat ramp, please, for your 5th qualifying round. So if you've joined us on the live stream, the weather is certainly a lot better than it was here yesterday morning. 2-day event here at CABARITA Beach at the wonderful Round Mountain Raceway, and the final round of the 2023-24 Penrite Australian V8 Superboat Championships. All right, aggravation B, this will be Tyler O'Day. Tyler didn't start the weekend off on the right foot. He ended up about 2/3 of the way up the bank over on the far side of the track after an off in practice, which actually split the hull on this race boat. So Tyler O'Day with Rob Johnson sitting alongside. So pretty much with the off, it's his first opportunity to really have a look at the rotation correctly. So you can understand him having a bit of a cruise around at the moment, because he hasn't actually cut any full laps yet. And at the start of the weekend, it was notable that it is quite a tricky rotation. It's never been used, certainly as an Australian Championship round before. And And it's one of the tracks here in Australia with, I think, the most amount of islands. I think there's 10 in total. 9 out on the racetrack, and if you include sort of the start area and the finish area, that's the 10th island. Tyler lights it up off the final corner. He got the rotation right, so he's got that sorted, and will drop in with a 62.482. 62.482. I think he's going to need probably a 46 at least to get into the 12, with one more qualifying round to go. So Andrew Garth and Daniel Preston will be on the water next. The fourth of our double-driven boats in LS, actually. Kennedy's Transport Atchison. So Daryl Atchison's just gone out and done a 49.2 in it. Let's see what Andrew can do, and he was navigating. So he should know his way around, although both boys actually had some nav errors yesterday. Andrew's one of our local sponsors here this weekend. Must specialise in asbestos removal. Kennedy's Transport. This is the latest Atchison to come out of the shop. So Andrew's best lap yesterday was, I think, a 62.84. He went 77 here yesterday afternoon with a rotation error. So relatively new to the sport as well. Daniel Preston sitting alongside in the navigator's seat. A little bit off and on the throttle. You'll hear the fast guys basically will not lift off that throttle all the way around. It's going to get a lap bank here, and should be their best lap of the weekend by far. Just waiting for that time confirmation on that one. 51.062.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
All right, Kobe Burke in junior development. Kobe's last run in this boat this weekend will be for sale at the end of the racing today, because Kobe's going to step up to the LS class hopefully next season. They've already got a boat, and the engine's getting installed down in Victoria at the moment, and they probably would appreciate a little bit of help with some sponsorship to get the boat up and running for next year. So if you want to get involved with a really neat young guy and a team stepping up to the LS class, come down and see Kobe and Grant and the team down in the pits during the lunch break, where we will invite everyone down from the hill to come down into the pits for a Gold Coin Direct donation for that lunch break, so you can come and actually check out some of the race teams and just how muddy the pit area is after yesterday. So Kobe went through the split at a 22.93. His best lap has been a 57.22 and goes... No, I haven't got a time up there at the moment. I do now. 55.637. 55.637. So he's just found a second and a half from his best here yesterday afternoon. 55.637, doing the exact same rotation as the bigger boats, and notably was actually faster than a couple of the LS boats. And to be fair to those guys, pretty new to the sport, but still that's a very, very good effort from a 215 horsepower Sea-Doo power plant up against a 600 horsepower LS Chev. Group A, I can hear boats firing up on the water. I understand that Jody Ely will not be back out today in the Rampage to Australia. So effectively, that does hand the crown to this boat coming out on the water, Ollie Silverton, with Macy Royland sitting alongside. The Australia #1 elect. PSP Sunturf, Biolytics, Hines, Magnum Automotive, Advantage Designer Homes. Was on a lap here late yesterday afternoon, went 16-0 to the split and then slapped the bank after the split and actually pulled the run. And with that and the power going out at the same time, he was actually given the opportunity to have an extra run in qualifying to replace that, because it went to manual timing, and under the rules you get another chance to have a go, because it started digitally and then went to manual timing as opposed to everyone else being on digital timing. So they were going to take that opportunity at the beginning of this round, but they actually pulled the boat back off the boat ramp. So this should be their 5th qualifying run. What did it go to the split at? 16.3 and goes 39.941. 39.941. So Ollie's best has been a 39.243. 39.243, so about 7 tenths down. They might have made some changes there. Talking to Graham, the engine builder from Magnum Automotive, they were sort of working on trying to lean it up yesterday. It runs that much fuel through it, especially when it's under half throttle at about 40%, as we heard it yesterday. It's got this cackle about it. It sounds so different with the fueling, but it's still got horsepower going for it. But when it's wound up and hauling the mail, it is an angry, angry sounding race boat. Toughen up, Danny Napick, KMC Performance. Danny's had a solid weekend. He's gone 43.1, 41.2, 41.1, 41.6. So 41.169 has been Danny's best. So he'll be trying to get into the 40s. He's going to need a split probably in the 16.5, 16.6 range. Best we've seen today in the LS and Group A boats has been 16 zeros from Ollie Silverton and Kyle Elphinstone. Goes through the split at a 17.6, so he's a little bit off that. A little bit of cavitation, just lost some exit drive out of Benny's. Rockets it through the centre. Navera should have turned, kept going right, went left. So he's actually taken that centre rotation out of the loop, so should have gone right. Basically done that big 360 over the centre of the course and then come back to where he ended up. He's going to try and correct it, but I'd say he's pulled the pin on it, so that will be a no time for Danny Napick. He was trying hard. So a bit of navigation to work on for Danny Napick and Cliff Bamford in Toughen Up. New Sprintec combination this year. Won the opening round of the championship at Temora. It was a huge win. Certainly gave him some confidence, but then he wasn't feeling the best at Keith with his health, and that struggled that weekend. And then they were chasing some fueling issues, I believe, for the next couple of rounds, which was really frustrating. But Danny's certainly up there with the best now. This is Daniel Warburton coming out on the water in Team Attitude. This is a brand new combination. This is a sleek line hull. Another boat with KMC Performance stuck down the side of the boat. So Daniel Warburton and Ryan Loft, they've gone 50.5, 47.4, 47.3, 47.8. So 47.3's been their best. A brand new boat for Daniel. Looking at maybe sink into the 46s with a good solid lap. Goes down to the split, little lift down to the split with a 19.0. This isn't one of the new methanol fuel Group A's. Doesn't have the big M's on the side of the boat. So it should be a steel-headed combination, CABARITA, small block Chevy, and through the finish line with a 46.486. 46.486 for Daniel's best lap of the weekend. So he's just found nearly a second, actually, about 9 tenths. 46,486. Kyle Elphinstone's just down in front of me. Kyle, did you try something different in that run? You trying some? No? 50% throttle. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to call BS on that one. These guys aren't going to tell me anyway. All right, Noel Verning in quiet time. So this is Noel's older boat. They debuted a new Stinger that unfortunately went off track at Temora and did some damage to the boat up against the new catch fencing. So Noel back in the older map craft. A little bit of a bounce out of that second turn. So Noel was another one that debuted in the sport last year. So relatively new to the sport. Goes through the split at a 19-1. It's a big run over the back to set the run down to Benny's, so that approach to Benny's is pretty quick. The infamous Benny's hairpin. Oh, he's clipped the bank and upside down he goes. And thankfully it lands right side up. Bit of smoke and steam, but boy, that got some divots going. The safety crew right there, but thankfully the boat ended up right side up for a moment there. I thought it was going to end up upside down in the water. The middle hit was really big, like it's probably dug out about 20 kilos of dirt out of the centre of that island. Both of the boys are moving around in the cockpit, so that's the good thing, but that was a big hit. It just clipped the apex of that centre island through sort of that 9-11 call on the rotation, and it sort of skipped it sideways and it's picked it up, just slammed it into the bank and pitched it up and over, and it did a full barrel roll and thankfully landed right side up back in the water. So I think the boys have both said they're okay in the boat, so gloves off, restraints off, they're just going to tow it back, and thankfully that did not end up upside down in the water. That was a little bit of a scary one, but boy, it hit hard when it went over. So a little delay here while we get this retrieved and back into the pit area. So we should have Matrix to come in Group A, and I can see Hugh Gilchrist parked up there on the boat ramp now, and the first of our Unlimited Superboats. So Unlimited Superboat, you guys should be heading down to the water, please. Unlimited Superboat for qualifying round number 5, and
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. where the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
A brand new Stinger hull out of New Zealand with a blown LSA Chevy in it that was sort of around a 900 horsepower. Really, really neat package. Super fast. That's one of the boats that Chris has for sale, because he needs to sell everything to get the new one built to go and race at the Worlds in New Zealand. So help an old man out, come and see Chris Edmonds and he'll offer you a deal on one of the 82 boats he owns. Right, Matrix, Hugh Gilchrist. Brand new Pulse JRE. This is one of the new methanol fueled aluminium headed creations out of the James Race Shop down in Victoria. Really similar package to Brendan Doyle's now former One Australia. Justin Roylance is out north. Jody Ely's Rampage, pretty much identical. Sadly, no Brendan Doyle here this weekend. They had an off and damaged the boat at Keith at the previous round, ending their championship chances. And they're concentrating on their new IGA build at home and building up to the Worlds over in New Zealand as well. So I think I saw Brendan in the pits a little bit earlier on. So, hey Brendan, glad to not see you out there. As Hugh Gilchrist will go 46.912. 46.912. Not his best. He's gone 43.3 in Q3. TJ's mentoring Hugh down there, so they might have tried something there and it didn't quite work. But look, no need to panic. They're solidly in. So that will conclude Group A qualifying round number 5. No Jody Ely. And that's disappointing, because it would have been cool to watch him go up against Ollie Silverton. All right, Unlimited Superboat. The Borrow Time team is back. This boat was underwater yesterday, a huge amount of work. And Terry Singh, who's used to working on drag challenge style cars in Australia and America, has never had to turn an engine around that went under the water. If he did that in a race car, there was bigger problems going. So they've got new oil in it, turned it around. Other than hopefully nothing else is damaged in the engine. Mike Hetzel went 40.3 here yesterday. 40.3. Has that lost power? Yes, it has. It was going good. And then it progressively lost power, and the boys are down here going, what did that do? Back to the trailer, and they'll have a go and see if they can get it back out there. Terry did say he'd hoped that it hadn't ingested that much water that it may have maybe bent a rod, which without opening the engine up they don't know. But we'll wait and see and hear from them if they can get it back out there. But still a hell of an effort after yesterday with Luke getting upside down at Benny's, and he was trapped momentarily under the boat in the water, which was a bit of a scary deal. But thankfully both him and Juzzy got out of the boat, which was cool. But then they had a bit of work to get it turned around. I didn't think we'd see them back anyway. It's got a fairly big dent in the left-hand front of the hull. But has that hurt the engine potentially, or just done something else? I mean, the boys have got out of the boat, so they're going to get it towed back in anyway. So who we got on the boat ramp? We got Fonzie, Peter Monga. We got Brooke Lucas in his ex-XXX Sagittis boat. For those that remember that boat previously running as XXX, Brooke Lucas.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils.
Probably not as quick through there as I've seen it go, but yeah, knowing Fonzie, he'll be trying something. It'll still be fast. So his best lap was a staggering 37.139 here yesterday afternoon in Q3. Didn't go out for Q4. Didn't go out for Q4. Now the split was a 15.497, so that's up there, I think, with Fonzie's best. What will this be? He's gone 37.1. Can he get it into the 36s? Down to the line and goes 37.767. 37.767. That looked like a conservative Fonzie. That wasn't a hard out Fonzie. You can hear when it's angry because the RPM just goes through the roof. 37.767. So that's his... It's actually his slowest lap of the weekend. He's gone 37.6, 37.5, 37.1, 37.7. So he hasn't been out of the 37s other than practice where he was in the 40s. Still fast. Still super, super fast. 10 Australian Championships, 9 in Unlimited Superboat. Reigning world champ. All right, here's Brooke Lucas in the XXX Macraft 410. Mechanically injected on methanol. So ex-sprint car engine, sort of 750 to 800 horsepower typically, if it's an older sort of Dash 12 style headed deal. The current sort of sprint cars around the world and here in Australia are over 900 now with the latest cylinder head injection capabilities. I think this is an older Dash 12 headed kit, so, but hey, it's not lacking. And Brooke's been doing a really, really good job. Digger Mate sponsorship, that's Brooke's own business on the Gold Coast. So it went 17.3 to the split. Little bit of traction loss out of Denny's. Just hit the RPM gun up and was just a little bit of a counter. So Brooke's best lap and troublemaker has been a 42.46. 42.46. Oh, it was wide. He tugged the edge of the bank, sucked a little bit of exit speed out of it, and goes 42.705. 42.705, and that little tag on that last corner probably cost him 2 or 3 tenths. So he's gone 42.46. That was a 42.7. Still a good lap, but nearly banked it off the last corner. He was very, very wide on the approach, and it definitely picked up some material. But a good lap other than that. So I don't know that we're going to see borrow time back out there. I can't see it on the ramp. As our junior development boat's getting tucked in. So LS to the boat ramp, please. LS to the boat ramp. Monga on the water in the mongrel. Another 410. Methanol fueled small block. I think it's a Sprintec. I'm not too sure if it's a Sprintec or a Stinger. So just looking at the boat ramp, I think borrow time might be trying to get back out there. So I'm wondering if it ran out of fuel. Alright, so Pete Munga's going to complete a lap here. He got the rotation wrong in the previous one. And will bank a 43.742. 43.742 for his best lap of the weekend. So the borrowed time guys are on the boat ramp. It looked like they were throwing fuel at it. It was definitely a fuel measuring stick getting poked up. I was just over the top of one of the other trucks. So Pete will come back into the pits in Mongrel, sponsored by Circle Group, Tweed Bait, Fire Protection Services Australia and Frymate. So that will complete qualifying round number 5. Now normally that'd be done and we go into the finals, but we did an extra round last night just as a banker if it rained today. So extra value for money, we're going to go round 6 for qualifying. So the opportunity again to make some changes for those guys battling for a championship and obviously the round honours, and knowing these guys and how competitive they are, there will be no holding back, and the LS class especially is the one to watch. That battle between Bastian Mullen and Kyle Elphinstone, Nate Mullen and Matt Malthouse and Matty Harrod not too far away either.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboat community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
United Welding Services, Evolution Trailers, Watercraft Works, Mum and Dad. That's Kobe's sponsors on the boat. Cool little boat. It's got the entire driveline out of a Sea-Doo jet ski, 215 horsepower, and it gets around pretty decent. It's set up very different to the bigger boats, so it tends to slide a little bit more to make it a little bit more of a challenge for these youngsters, which will look, Cody's stepping up to the LS class next year and hopefully they're able to do that, and they need a little bit of assistance sponsorship wise to help them do that. So if you can come and see the team down in the pit area when we do the lunch break, and you can come down off the hill into the pit area for a gold coin donation. So Declan Dukes, 79.072 has been his best. So we're into the round 6 of qualifying. I think this is the first time I've gone to round 6 in qualifying since I've been on board. What is a beautiful sunny day here at CABARITA Beach. Not quite CABARITA Beach, but technically Round Mountain. We're only about 10 or so minutes away from the actual CABARITA Beach village, which is a beautiful little place. On the coast, just sort of down from Kingscliff and that sort of area, south of the Gold Coast over the border into New South Wales. Right, Declan looking like he's getting a little bit more confidence. You can see that the RPM, you can hear the RPMs up in that little boat. A little bit of a bounce as he's finding some more speed. Let's see if he can get through this last corner, because he was carrying a heap more speed than he has been. This should be a big improvement, I reckon, for Declan. And he goes 69.314. He's just taken 10 seconds off his previous best. 69.314. That's a big improvement. Good job, Declan. All right, LS. The battle, the war continues between Bastian Mullen and Kyle Elphinstone for round 6. Now, will they all come out to do the last round is the next question. Just maybe try some different things, building up to the finals. Declan's given himself a hand clap down there in the pit pool. He's pretty happy with that. Oh, he's cheering himself. Good on him. So again, a huge thank you to Penrite Oils Australia for their support of the Penrite Australian V8 Superboat Championships. The final round here at Round Mountain Raceway this weekend, round 7 of the championship. This is the one to replace the one before Christmas that got rained out. And when I mean it got rained out, it literally filled the racetrack up with that much water where you almost lost a couple of the islands. So you just couldn't see from a navigation point of view. The rain was that heavy, it wasn't that much fun anyway. And yeah, just an incredible amount of rain. And as the water gets deeper with these boats, they don't handle as good either. So I think they sort of try and set the depths. I know at Temora they were talking about, I think, 0.6 of a metre.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Scales, Raceline, Illuminate Electrical and Communications, Osmetal Roofing Limited, Ambrose Building, YSB Roofing, CBD Plumbing, Thromate, Extreme Canopies and Milmar Pty Limited. Thank you guys, and to all of the volunteers and the club members here at Round Mountain Raceway, to our volunteers out there on the racetrack with our recovery team. Thank you guys to KMC Performance for the Speed Flow shirts, for all of those guys and girls out there on our marshalling points. Thank you very, very much. And so support those local businesses. I think that's the biggest list of local sponsors that any of the clubs that we're involved in around Australia that they have. I know Temora has a fairly significant list, and if you haven't been to Temora lately, you would not recognise the place. When we rocked in there for the second round there earlier this year, it was like driving, all lit up, it was like driving into a speedway facility with the new catch fencing and everything. Just the improvements with Temora, it looks unbelievable. We know Keith in South Australia is a wonderful, wonderful venue. Griffith this year was a really, really cool round, and that's a little bit further out into nature in New South Wales than Temora, but even the amount of work that's gone on at Griffith for this year's round was really, really cool, and the racing was excellent. Right, Bastion Mullen, round 6. The duel continues between he and Kyle Elphinstone. So Bastion went 39.9 in Q5. He's gone as fast as a 39.1. To be fastest overall by a tenth over Kyle Elphinstone. 16.2 to the split, so he's still a little bit down on that split. Pretty much he's been 16.1, 16.2 the whole time. Kyle's actually rocked through there with a 16.0. The Rip Shift GM Motorsport team look on down here on the back in front of me. Bastion Mullen will complete the lap and goes through with a 39.318. 39.318. That is Bastion's second fastest lap of the weekend. So that 39.16 from Q4, still the fastest. That was a couple of tenths off. And you know these guys will be throwing some changes at it just to see where it's at, and double dutying with Nate obviously. So Nate will get in the boat now. They'll get it refueled up back on the boat ramp and back out at the end of this round. Love watching these boats down in the pit pool. It's just when they start circling, they look like sharks, or as the South Africans say, sharks. All right, Laurie Hallett and Drop Bear. So Laurie's best lap was a 49.398. How's this for consistency? 43.1, 42.6, 42.5, 42.4, 42.3. Oh, he's attacked that first section pretty hard. So again, look for the split to sort of be down in that 17. Oh, he just glanced off the bank of that centre island on the approach to the next one with the left and right-hander. That was close. He apexed that big time. It went 17.5 to the split. 17.5 to the split. Got a little bit lazy. Just lost a little bit of traction out of Benny's. Can he go faster again and keep heading in the right direction? direction, time-wise. He'll be close. He'll be close. Could it be a 42.2? 42.347. So it does go faster again. 42.347. So how's this? Laurie Howlett, like, you know, hasn't been in the sport for that long. 43.1, 42.6, 42.5, 42.4, 42.3, 42.3. That's consistent, and he's gone faster every lap. So he's gone from a 42.398 to a 42.347. 500ths quicker, but he went quicker. Aggravation should be next. Ron O'Day. Kyle Elphinstone's on the trailer. He's in the water, ready to hit the Round Mountain Raceway. Ron O'Day is in the pool. Paris O'Day sitting alongside in the aggravation machine. Fiberglass hulled boat. They actually repaired the hull after it split last night after Tyler went up the bank in practice. Right, so Ron O'Day has only had one lap completed, 49.79 earlier on this morning. So down to the split, and Ron goes 19.1. So looking to improve on a 49.79. I think he'll need to be in the 46s to make the 12. Like Tyler, they haven't done a lot of laps because they pretty much sat out all day yesterday, so they missed 4 rounds of qualifying after Taylor's off that actually split the hull. Nice lap from Ron O'Day. Goes 46.563, that's better. 46.563, so that'll be pretty close to having him in the 12 at the end of this one. This is the last chance to qualify, so Ron's done that at the right end of the day. So the other thing, as well as the live stream, which again is on the official V8 Superboats Facebook page and our YouTube channel. Don't click on any other links. Don't accept friends from any of those links because we're not asking for friends as a commercial page for a start. So those are the official channels. You can also access the live timing. So if you're sitting at home, you can actually have the laptop sitting beside you. That's how I tend to watch supercars too, with the live timing. So www.speedhive. Was that .mylaps? Speedhive.mylaps.com. Click on live timing, select AFJSA Round 7 CABARITA. Don't need to log in or sign up, it is a free service. So if you want to keep an eye on the live timing, www.speedhive.mylaps.com. Open up and you can have the live timing as we see it here in race control throughout the rest of the day as we head towards the finals. We're in the last round of qualifications. Daryl Atchison, brand new Atchison hull. Oh, he's got some RPM going on board in this run. Oh, he clipped Benny's. He got the exit of Benny's and hit it hard with the back of the boat. Definitely lost some traction. Still going right though. He's got the last couple of corners to go. Little lift there, maybe a miss. And he bangs the bag off the last corner. That was going to be a good lap. He's gone 49.215. That was a 47.101. That would have easily been a mid to low 46, but he's hit everything except the pace car on that lap. Oh, and he's beached it after the finish line. Oh, that's where he went. I didn't see that because all my notes ended up on the floor. So he's actually skipped over the island after the finish. All right, so yeah, on that lap he's hit everything except the jet ski. 47.101. So that would have been a real solid 46 at least. It may have even been a high 45 of the way that he was going. But yeah, when you're going that fast, you do tend to bang off a couple of things. And he took a big chunk out of Benny's, and he took a big chunk out of the last corner. track, helping keeping an eye on the kids. And their eyes will certainly be on Kyle about to go out on the water right now. So Bastian Mullen, his fastest has been a 39.16. Kyle Elphinstone's gone 39.276. We have seen a 16-0 split from Kyle. I think Bastian's best split was a 16-1 yesterday. Cool thing about the two boats is they're very, very different. You've got the Sprintec here, and obviously with the Ripshift team with the jet speed, both out of New Zealand. Alright, Kyle Elphinstone, what can he do? This is all about bragging rights. He's loving the battle with Bastian Mullen. Nice early run. What's the split going to be? This is the important one. 16-1. 16-1. I think Bastian went 16-2 on the previous lap. Lost a little bit, maybe just a little bit out of Benny's, and he's off! Oh, that's a big off. Similar to Noel Verning, both of the boys are moving around in the cockpit, but that's done a lot of damage, and it's picked up that centre island sideways and just flipped it over onto the roll cage, and that was a big one. That was a big one. Both of the boys are moving around. Got the extinguisher there, just making sure. Thumbs up, thumbs up. That's what we like to see. Please, folks, put your hands together. Wow. I even took a step back in commentary. Oof. That was ugly. That was ugly. Thankfully, the guys are okay. That's the important thing again. I can't say it enough, but boy, that hit hard. That hit hard. I was just saying it just got a little bit of a late run out of Benny's and just sucked a little bit of exit speed, and he's rocketed through the centre, and I think he's just clipped the apex of that centre island, which picked the boat up sideways, similar to Noel Verning, and then it's just picked it up and thrown it over. And again, thankfully it did not end up upside down in the water. I think Kyle's definitely taken a bit of a shot there. He's both guys are out of the boat, so again, please put your hands together, folks. When you see the underneath of the boat coming towards you at commentary, you know that's not a good deal. Great, our race directors down there as well, all of the recovery crew. I've never seen so many Speedflow t-shirts. So thankfully the guys are certainly shaken and stirred, but they are on their feet and out of the boat, and I don't know that we're going to see that back today because that was a big shot. The trailer down there, that's going to be the easiest way to recover it, and the wettest, boggiest part of the race circuit other than the pit area yesterday.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
All right, good. Yeah, I'm good.
See if that one's on. Yes, it is. So Taylor is down here with Kyle, and I think they're just having a look at what's going on, so it's going to be pretty fresh. I don't know that you want to watch it, Kyle. Okay. We won't repeat what Kyle just said. So you were coming towards me in commentary upside down, so that was the first bad shot, but what happened? Come over here. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, what happened?
Well, I sent her a little too hard, I think.
Sent it, you reckon?
Yeah, no, we've been pushing lines all weekend. And, you know, when you push lines like that, you're destined to come off at some point. And we just turned in a little bit too early. Grabbed a bit too much apex, and I think that was it. Yeah.
Shane Van Gisbergen and Scotty Pye have got a media business called Apex Hunter. I think you just found it. You're all right though, mate? That looked like a hard lick.
Yeah, no, it was a hard hit, but Jake and I are all right. We're still young, so we'll bounce back.
And from a selfish point of view, you've just ruined a fantastic battle I was building up between yourself and Bastian, because you've been trading back and forth and there's only a 10th in it, and I know you love a good fight.
Yeah, well, don't count us out yet. The butter's not too bad.
Oh, seriously?
Might get a sledgy on it and see if we can get it straight, yeah.
Just go and see Matt Malthouse. He's used to doing it after Keith. Hey, good to see you, all right, mate? You're a bit muddy and wet.
No, all good, thanks, mate.
All right, Kyle Elphinstone and Jacob, they're all right, shaken and stirred. They reckon they might have a chance to get the boat back. Luke Walters will just confirm what we were talking about off mic. Terry said to me he thought he hoped it hadn't bent a rod with the water going in it yesterday when you got upside down, and it sounds like that's exactly what it had, because it locked up with Hessel in the boat.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Yeah, keep it right, and we lost all pressure and lost it completely. And yeah, we can't turn it up by hand, so game over.
That's not a good deal, but look, you guys have been fantastic to watch and cool to hang out with, and I look forward to the party tonight.
It's going to be a big one.
All right. Who else we got down here? Any more victims? Silverton. Great, Ollie's in the middle of a conversation with Simon. Ollie, I think we can officially, unofficially say congratulations on One Australia to add to the One NZ in the Worlds.
Has someone taught the Australians to count overnight?
You were going to come out and do an extra run that I've spoken to you about, and we've had a bit of a chuckle after last night, but you didn't actually end up coming out for it. You pulled it off the boat ramp. Was there an issue?
We tried to do that run, but the reverse button on the steering wheel was locked up, so I couldn't get it up to go. I was stuck in reverse, so that was going to be a bit ugly if I tried that.
Is that the racing god saying something?
Possibly. There's a few people that said I didn't deserve that extra run, but who knows?
Yeah, but knowing, and look, as competitive as you are, and it's a little bit of a grey rule, because I mean the timing and all the power went down just as you slapped the bank out of the splits with a 16-0 split, I might add. But like, rules are rules, and they have to revert to manual timing. So the rules say that you do get a chance to run that lap, and you'll take every opportunity to go try something.
I guess that's the beauty of having a skilled navigator in Macy Rawlins. So we come around that last corner and she saw there was no clock, so she told me to pull out of it. Just took it easy from there.
Good luck for the finals.
Cheers.
Right, who we got? Maddie Heron. Speaking of the Kiwi boys. Oh, he clipped a bit of that bank. There's not much of it left after Kyle and Noel Burning have taken most of it out. What was the split? 17.39. 17.39 to the split. Actually quite cool down here on the ground right next to the boat. A little bit different from being up in commentary. So Maddie Heron, just this last corner to go, right here in front of us. And down to the line with a 42.74. 42.74. I'm going to head back up to commentary. So interesting talking to Kyle there, and he seemed to think that they might be able to get that boat turned around. So it didn't actually look too bad considering, I think it's got the altitude record for the season. So Maddie Harrod went 42.74. Not their best, they have gone 41.0. Solidly in the 12. Maddie Moldhouse, Leighton Collins contracted. Stinger. So they're in the top four, goes through to the split with a 16.8. Couple of tenths down on what they did in the previous run. They went through the split at a 16.6. Rest of the Collins Moldhouse teams down here on the fence in front of me watching on. Boys aren't double dutying the boat. And that Moldhouse goes 40.428. 40.428. They're 40.3 from round 3, still their fastest. So they're only a tenth off that, but they lost a couple of tenths to the split from the first run this morning where they went 16.6. Right, so obviously no time for Kyle Elphinstone, but all eyes will be down there in the pit area to see if they can get that boat turned around for the finals. So I think at the conclusion of this round, I think we'll do the lunch break before the finals. I'm thinking, but we'll get confirmation of that. So during the lunch break, folks, those of you that are here at the track, you can come down off the bank into the pit area. Walk around. So at the conclusion of this round, we will be doing the lunch break. So we'll open those gates up. It'll be a gold coin donation for you to come down. So I'd love to see you in the pits, and you'll be able to see the Elphinstone team hard at work trying to get that boat turned around to get out there for the finals. The other option they may have is if someone potentially, no, can't, because he hasn't run the boat in quali, has he? So you can't jump into another boat, okay. So Jodie Cotter and Steady Eddie. She's headed next to Darren Hutton, and Nuts is down there on the fence keeping an eye on her. Oh, that was a wide run. was a really narrow channel right through that centre where Noel and Kyle have both got caught out, but it was the approach that actually caught them out. Jodie very, very wide down through Benny's. She went 18.8 to the split, which I'm pretty sure she did in the previous round. Jodie's best lap has been a 45.325, which should be more than enough to get her in the 12. And down to the line with a 45.479. 45.479. Her second... Actually, no, her best has been a 45.111 in round 3, so she has gone faster, but that should solidly have her in the 12. So what I was thinking there is maybe Kyle could get into another boat for the finals, but he can't, because if he borrowed a boat, he would have had to have done one of the qualifying rounds in that borrowed boat, so that's not an option. So both Daryl Hutton's nodding at me and technical director Chris Edmonds nodding down here in front of me as well. Chris, since when have you been up on the rules? You've broken enough of them to know, yes. Yeah, Chris's nephew's out on the water, Lance Edmonds, definitely the more handsome of the two. Lance Edmonds and Peter Sandy and the big Atchison, solid gold, newfound horsepower. Just struggling a little bit trying to get the boat around this tight course. Banged the back of the boat off the Benny's a couple of times. Right, down to the split, goes 19.4. So that's a similar split to what we saw this morning. Just a little roll lift down into Benny's on the approach. Oh, it got to tag the bank again. So it just slides out off the exit at Benny's and slaps the stern of the boat against the bank. One thing with everyone hitting so many banks, it's making the track wider in places. All right, so Lance Edmonds looking to go quicker than a 46.295 and goes 46.890. 46.890. Hot Shot should be next. It should be the little green. I think it's a Stinger. I think. Probably wrong. It happens a lot. Justin Roylance must be watching overseas. He's just texted me, messaged me. Hey Roylo, Bree and the girls. Macy's doing an awesome job sitting alongside Ollie Silverton, and there's only a couple of dents in the truck, mate. Don't worry about it, it'll buff out. So if you're listening, Justin, message me and tell me where you are. Which part of Europe are you in? And what time of the day or night it is? I'm going to make a poster up. There's National Lampoon's vacation, European vacation. I'm going to do one for the Roylance family European vacation. Knowing the Roylances, it'll just be mayhem. All right, Rodney Norton, Pam Moran, Hot Shot. So Rodney should be solidly in the 12 because he's gone 43.9. Probably has him in the top 8 or 9. He's got a good leap up out of the water, and that's the part of the track that's caught out a few this morning. Definitely don't want an early apex, as Kyle Elphinstone just proved. Go down during the lunch break and go and see if the team are attempting to get that boat fixed. Definitely need some sledgehammers. It looked like there was some damage to the jet unit area, probably more with the covers and maybe the reversing bucket. Right, so it went 18.0 to the split. Rodney Norton, nice clean lap, and 43.668. 43.668, his best lap of the day. I think Rodney's happy about it too. He's given a bit of a light up in the spin-out pool, which is usually the spin-out pool, but we're going through the finish line in the other direction for this rotation. So that's Rodney's best lap of the day, 43.668, and they'll have them easily, you would think, in the 12. Easily. I think the bubbles that are going to be that 46-second bracket. It should be Jade Atchison and Twisted on the water next. I can see Nate Mullins down there on the ramp, Toxicity's down there on the ramp with James Machin. It is Twisted. Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. Central Coast Tino, Leader Machinery, New South Wales, Atchison Trucks. The boat is for sale. Actually, it's not a Macraft, it's a Stingray. This package is for sale as the team are looking at developing a new package for 2025 if they can move this boat on. It's a very, very competitive boat, especially when you consider that James only just started racing last season. So after some nab issues yesterday, Jade's gone 43.909, went through the split at a 17.8. Good split. Looking to be her fastest effort of the day. Boat looks really nice on the water too. One corner left to go. This will be a solid 43. Early 43s. 43.516. 43.516, Jade's best lap of the weekend. Again, another boat that will be easily in the 12. So the sister ship should be off the ramp next, and that's James Machin in Toxicity. So we're over halfway through the last round of qualifying for LS. Then we'll have our Group A and Unlimited final qualifying run. We'll have a lunch break here at Round Mountain. We've got an issue potentially over there maybe with the timing. Recovery crew from the far side are just checking. Just keep an eye on that. So they've just put a hold on getting the boats out at the moment.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926. All sorts of bits and pieces in different places on that boat from where it started life. Sponsored by Attack Engineering and Stash House. James Machin and Louis Ball. Boat sits nice on the water, and a couple of little bounces going. Went 18.2 to the split. Sort of put him on similar pace to Jade Atchison in the sister ship. Well, that was a wide run through Benny. It just sort of glanced the side of the bank off the exit, not right through the centre. Didn't look like it hurt it too much for exit speed. Changes direction nicely. It's got quite a high bow stance. And down to the line with a 44.401. 44.401 puts him about a second off Jade's best at a 43.5. So 44.401. He's just found half a second over his best. So that'll have him pretty solidly in the 12, you would think. So 4 boats left to run. Rip Shift B, Drop Bear B, Aggravation B, and Kennedy's B. Then it'll be Kobe Burke, our Group A's and Unlimited Superboat to conclude our 6th round of qualifying here this weekend at Round Mountain Raceway. Final round of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship brought to you by Penrite. Again, a huge thank you to Penrite for their ongoing support for the championship.
as seen on TV on 7 Mate and 7 Plus. Right, Nate Mullen, Rip Shift B, Design Perfection, GM Motorsport. Nate works with his dad at GM Motorsport Victoria. Looking to hold on to that 2 Australia plate behind his older brother Bastian. Goes to the split with a 17.5. Definite they've been faster to the split. Doesn't look like Nate's really hustling. Like he's just, that's Nate in cruise mode, I reckon. Doesn't need to do anything silly to get the boat to the finals. Cruises down to the line with a 42.975. 42.975. And if he was cruising, he's gone 40.1. So that looked like a pretty untroubled. Get the boat to the finish, don't do anything silly, we've got the finals to come, and obviously Bastian's got to get back in it too, so finals to come for the Rip Shift team. Drop Bear B, Karen Howlett. So Karen's gone 53.63 for her best. Right, so now down to the split for Karen, goes 21.8 to the split. Doing an awesome job out there as ever. Only started racing, I think, towards the end of last season. Double dutying the boat with husband Laurie. And she'll bring it home for one final time. Looking to go quicker than a 53.63, and it will be a 53.488, her fastest lap of the weekend. 53.488 for Karen Howlett. I don't think that'll be enough to get her into the 12, but she's just done her fastest lap of the weekend. Aggravation B, Tyler O'Day and Rob Johnston. So 2 more boats left to go in LS, and then we'll have our top 12. So Tyler needs to get into the 46s here, I reckon. I think he's on the outside looking in because he's only actually had 2 complete runs. Parked the boat half, 2/3 of the way up the bank over the far side of the circuit yesterday in practice, which saw the boat damage the hull. It actually split the hull. It's one of the only fiberglass boats actually out there in the category. So it went 18.9 to the split. It's definitely up on the throttle this time compared to the previous lap. So if he can get into the 46s, I think he's going to be pretty close. And goes through the line with a 45.654. 45.654. So that, I think, should see Tyler into the 12. one boat left to run in LS, and it will be Kennedy's Transport B, Andrew Garth and Daniel Preston. So I think, like Tyler, Andrew was on the outside looking in, so I think he'd need to do at least a 46. His best has been a 51 in the last round. So we should have our junior development boat and the first of the Group A's on the boat ramp, please. Junior development and Group A, round 6 on the boat ramp, please. Superboat not too far away. Right, Andrew Garth. A little bit on and off the throttle off the start there. That's the thing you've got to be careful with, because if you haven't got throttle, it won't turn. With the fast guys, you just won't get much variation on the throttle. What we call maybe a little roll lift down here and towards Benny. So it went through the split at a 22.6 and then went nav area because it glanced the bank out of Benny's and actually fired him down that inside chute, but it should have gone up where he is now. So he's corrected it, or has he? No, he hasn't. So I don't think he'll get through. This will be a no time. So I think Andrew will be one of the boats that doesn't get qualified. So it glanced off the bank out of Benny's and it actually fired it to the right down that centre channel instead of going slightly over to the left around it. So that's where the nav error was, and I don't think it was corrected, so that'll be a no time. So that concludes our LS class qualifying. I'll give you the list of 12 qualifiers very, very shortly. So from 16 we go to 12. I think that sort of 46-second territory is going to be pretty much the bubble. So we've got Kobe Burke to come out next in the junior development boat, then our Group A's, and then our unlimited superboats to conclude round 6. When the unlimited superboats finish up, we will open up the pit gate so you can come down off the hill, folks, and come down to the pits and check out the race boats. Some of the teams have got merchandise and signature cards and things like that, and I'm sure there'll be a few eyes on Kyle Elphinstone's Blackout Racing team to see if they can get that boat turned around for the finals. So Kobe Burke out there in the little junior development boat, sponsored by Patriot Campers, UWS, United Welding Services, Evolution Trailers, Watercraft Works and Mum and Dad. Goes through the split with a 22.7. It's not too far off the back of some of the LS class boats. We got the big bounce on towards the bank that's already claimed a couple of victims today. Just a little bit of cloud cover coming over the racetrack at the moment. Right, so Kobe's best has been a 55.6. Do you know that this will be as fast, will it? 56.133, 56.133. So the 55.6 from the previous round. It just lost a little bit of time through the centre with that little bit of a bounce on. Or a porpoise, depending on what you want to call it. I'm just going with bounce on. A bit peaky on the feedback, sorry about that, guys. So Ollie's on a good lap here. Fastest lap so far has been a 39.243. 39.243 in Q3. It's Angry. Magnum Automotive Chevy. Oh, the approach to that last corner was super fast and goes 39.113. 39.113, fastest lap of the weekend by a 10th and a half. There were a few interested eyes down here in front of me watching that lap. Mr. Doyle, Mr. Ely, Mr. Doyle. Brendan, after saying yesterday that part of the reason that you're not here, obviously you damaged the boat at Keith, and I said to you how super, super busy you were with the IGA shop at home, and yet here you are. You've got a wonderful wife. That was a good lap, wasn't it? Oh, yes, it was. All right, Danny Napa can toughen up. Danny Napa can toughen up. KMC Performance. Sprint Tank Hull. Flippy Manford sitting alongside. Danny's had a solid weekend. He's got 41.2 for their best. Had 41.169 in Q3. Went through the split at a 17.3. To put that in perspective, Silverton just went through at a 16.1, and that's not his best split of the day. He went 16 over here yesterday afternoon before he slapped the bank over the far side on the SJT side. Just got a little bit sideways, lost a little bit of traction in the second to last corner. Napa down through the finish line and goes 41.858. 41.858. So a 41.169 is still their best, so just backed it up a little bit by 7/10. So Danny's still trying hard. Again, they just might be trying some different things with impellers, and they'll now go back to the pits and get ready for our top 12, top 6, top 3. So at the conclusion of Superboat, we will have a lunch break. It's only going to be half an hour long. There is the threat of a little bit of weather, and it has changed direction, so it's actually from here at race control, possibly, potentially coming from behind us this time instead of from the southeast like it did yesterday. So we're going to try and shorten that lunch break up a little bit and give the teams a chance and that to get turned around for the finals. But it will be a half-hour lunch break. You can come down off the hill into the pit area, folks, but we will need to get that pit area cleared really, really quickly, because I think we're going to try and rush through this program for the rest of the afternoon. All right, Daniel Warburton, the number 81 Team Attitude Sleep Line. Another one of the many boats supported by KMC Performance. So Daniel's best has been a 46.486. It went through the split at 18.8. On the bank through the centre, gathered it back up, but it lost a little bit of time over there, and then a late change of direction over the back. I think he had a bit of a think about that one. So Warburton, I'd be surprised if it goes better than a 46. It doesn't. It goes 47.4, 47.496. So as well as the live stream, you can also watch the live scoring on My Laps, the Speed Hive page, www.speedhive.mylaps.com. Don't need to log in or sign on or anything like that. You can just watch it live. I do a similar thing with V8 Supercars. If I'm not at the race meeting, it's cool to be able to watch the splits and things like that with the V8 Supercars and who's going faster and who's going slower. And I think what's happening over Kansas, the NASCAR boys were in Kansas. I think Cam Waters ran the tradie truck in the truck race. I think he's running today. I think he qualified 20th. I don't know where Van Gisbergen, if the Xfinity, I assume the Xfinity and NASCARs are at Kansas as well. Oh, Noel Burning's back out there. That's a good effort. Obviously didn't do too much damage after his rollover earlier on, so we sort of missed that. I just figured they'd be done. So Noel Burning's back out there. Nick Smith. So they've gone 48.56, and they've been upside down in the process. That's a good effort. Good to see the guys back out there. They've had the sledgehammer out. That's where it went wrong last time. Got it right this time. Definitely on the approach, he gave it a wider berth. Oh, he just lost the rear of the boat over the back. And he's got lost. Nav error. I think he came down the inside of that one instead of going long, so he's got to correct it now. Last corner. Time's going to blow out a little bit, but from a confidence point of view, Noel's back in it with a 55.80. 55.80. But good to see them back out there in a somewhat battered and bruised quiet time Macraft. So Hugh Gilchrist should be in the pool. So what I can't see happening is the Elphinstone team attempting to repair Blackout Racing. Someone down in front of me nod. I'm just watching this conversation between the two Doyles and Ely and some of the Ripshift team. Boy, there's some stuff getting talked down there. Would you buy a used car from any of them? No. Definitely ain't buying one off Jody. Alright, Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix. Brandy Pulse JRE combination. Exactly the same, pretty much exactly the same as the Doyle boat, the Roylands boat, the Ely boat. Hugh's on one here. Goes down to the split. Just sort of rolled it off the throttle to a 17.9 to the split. So Hugh's best has been a 43.33. Just got the bum out a little bit through Benny's. Lost a little bit of exit speed. Big round run through the centre, over the back. 2 corners left to go. That was a wide run off the exit. And a wide run into the last corner. And across the line with a 43.846. 43.846. So an improvement from round 5, but his best lap's been a 43.33. So just the Superboats left to run in round 6, and then we're going to open up the pits for our lunch break. It will be just a half-hour lunch break. Welcome to come down to the pits through the pit entrance for a gold coin donation, but it will only be half an hour because there is a little bit of threatening weather potentially behind us, so a different direction from where it came yesterday. So we're going to try and get through this program as quick as we can to avoid that happening, because we want to try and get this finished.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
And borrowed timer also out, so I think we will just have 3 left in Unlimited Superboat. Ramjet, Phoenix and Mongrel. Not Phoenix, what am I saying? Phoenix, Mongrel, Troublemaker and borrowed. Oh God. Have another go at it, Jamie. Ramjet, Troublemaker and Mongrel. All right, here's Fonzie. The world's biggest LS, 583 cubic inches, pulse hull. Lots of horsepower, lots of torque. He has been as fast as a 37.1. 37.1. What did it go to the split? 15.4 to the split. A little bit of hesitation. It didn't get a good run out of Benny's. Don't know that this is going to be a 37.1 because it lost a little bit of time out of Benny's. Fonzie though, the boat looking super fast down to the line with a 37.502. Has not been out of the 37s all weekend. Cruised around in a 40 in practice and then went 37.6, 37.5, 37.1, 37.7, 37.5. Lee Stewart sitting in the nav seat. It lost a little bit of time out at Benny's. Definitely sucked a little bit of exit speed out of it at Benny's. So work in progress, but yeah, I think Fonzie is going to be very hard to beat, and he's very hard to beat at the best of times. But, we have lost a couple of campaigners in Unlimited Superboat this weekend. All right, Brock Lucas, Troublemaker. Digger mate on the boat. This is the X-XXX Sagittis boat. I think I saw this boat run over in New Zealand in XXX colours. Right, so just keep it on the water, Brook. You'll be looking at a podium. 42.4 has been Brook's best. 42.4. Former Australian 350 champ. Been our race director off and on, sharing the duties with Grant Burke over the last couple of years. 17.2 to the split. Solid lap for Brock Lucas. And down to the line with a 42.179. 42.179. Fastest lap of the weekend for Brock Lucas in the Troublemaker machine. 42.179. Good lap. That is his best lap of the weekend, absolutely. So he's gone... He was in the 46s in practice, had a rotation error in the first one, then went 43.3, 42.4, 42.7, 42.1, 42.1 for his best. So folks, at the conclusion of this round, as I said, we're going to open the pit gates so you can come down off the hill. Just be aware that the approach coming down the hill into the pits is very, very slippery and muddy, so please do use the handrail when you come down. We don't want any crashes coming down into the pits. Some of these guys have done enough of that for everyone this weekend. So please just be careful when you do come down. So it's a gold coin donation, and we will be just having a half-hour break, half an hour only for the lunch break. And we got Mongrel on the ramp or not? I think it's approaching it. If it isn't, can't hear anything running at the moment, so we'll just quickly pop my head out the window and check. So I'm not sure if Mongrel's actually coming out. So it's on the ramp, it's not in the water yet, so potentially one last boat to run. So it's on the timer and it is going in the water now. So if they are late coming up, there is a little bit of time that we can allocate to these teams to get turned around and ready, so they're just giving that time to peak now, but I think they're about to fire it up. There it is. Fired. Yeah, it's still going. It's going in the water now. Or are they... Looks like they're struggling to get maybe the reverser bucket down. Actually pushed it off the trailer, it didn't reverse, so they might have an issue with the reverser. That's right, it's coming out anyway, so this should be our last boat in the 6th round of quali, and then we'll have our lunch break, folks. So if you want to start heading down towards the pits, we'll open that up. Just be careful coming down the hill, because it is very, very slippery. It's very, very muddy in the pit area, and the surrounds down here, so just do be careful. It will be a half an hour only, and if we do ask you to come back out of the pits and into the spectator area, if we can do that as quick as we possibly can, please. I think we might be attempting to try and get this racing in before potentially a little bit of weather comes in behind us from inland rather than off the coast like it did yesterday. So I don't think Pete's going to come out here. I think he's got an issue with the jet unit. So either the reverser bucket's stuck, yeah, that's what I thought. So that's what happened to Ollie Silverton. The rerun of his fourth qualifying run, actually the reverser button on the steering wheel wasn't working, so it wasn't activating the reverser bucket. So it looks to be a similar issue with Pete, and either they can't get it. Yeah, so they've shut it down. So I'd say that will be it, unless they still try and give him a little bit more time. Kiwi Pete's down there, doing a great job on the boat ramp as ever. So Pete's been around the sport for a while, and he's down here at every meeting at CABARITA and around Australia with the AFJSA, checking all of the safety equipment with the drivers and the navigators, arm restraints, helmets done up, etc. He works pretty hard because he's clambering around the trailer and over the boat. Alright, so that is lunchtime. Pete's boat is getting pushed back onto the trailer. So lunchtime, half an hour. It is 12:10, so at about 20 to 1, we will be getting you out of that pit area. So if you want to head down, folks, come and check out the race boats. I'm going to go and check in with Kyle Elphinstone and see if they are trying to get that boat repaired for the finals. Finals to come, top 12 LS, top 6 Group A and Unlimited Superboat, and then on to our 6th and 3s. So lunch break, grab an opportunity to get something to eat, get something to drink. No alcohol in the pits, please. No smoking in the pits. It's still a working area with race fuel and everything around too. So please, no smoking or drinking in the pit area. So half an hour, and we'll be back with the action very, very shortly here live and on the live stream as well. Back soon.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
that. All right, good. And good.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
Shouldn't be too far away from heading towards the boat ramp. So I believe Kyle Elphinstone is back in and going to run. It doesn't look pretty, but the front of the boat looks all right. So as soon as I get the call to call some boats up, we'll get them on the water and get them underway. So I've got a little bit of quiet again, a bit of time, quick time to say some thank yous to Penrite for the naming rights for the Penrite Australian V8 Superboat Championships throughout the season and previous seasons, and our local track sponsors here at Round Mountain Raceway at CABARITA Beach, Hardy's Haulage, Green Planet Nutrients, Alcott Hire, SJT Mechanical. LS class to the boat ramp, please. LS class to the boat ramp. for the top 12, and as soon as I get confirmation of the top 12, I'll read that off as well. Waterworks, KMC Performance, All Seasons Electrical, Gold Coast Carpentry, Roofing Resolutions, Scav Connect Australia, Bath Building, Parklands Plumbing and Gas Fitting, Project BA, BD Group Electrical and Building Services, Only Weight Mobile Scales, Raceline, Illuminate Electrical and Communications, Osmetal Roofing, Ambrose Building, YSB Roofing, CBD Plumbing, Frymate, Extreme Canopies, and Milmar Pty Limited. Alright, just see if I've got our 12 list. So Group A and Superboat will be easy, but just got to, there'll be 4 entries not running in the 12 for LS, so just waiting for confirmation of that, and we can read those out. I think the live stream's back on, so welcome back after a little lunch interlude. Most of the people down there from the P area were around the Kyle Elphinstone boat trying to get back. See if that's going to be back up and running. So just looking at the boat, it's superficial damage to the jet unit. I don't think it's going to run with a reverser bucket, and obviously the right rear corner of the hull was pretty damaged, but I don't think it was like compromised, like sinking level. And the left-hand exhaust has a bit of a kink and a break in it, but other than sounding a little bit rough, that shouldn't hurt them too much, so they will be back out for the top 12. So no doubt about the top qualifier in LS, that will be Bastian Mullen with a 39.1 set qualifying 4 here yesterday afternoon. In Group A, obviously Ollie Silverton, PSP Racing, with a 39.113, and top qualifier in Unlimited, surprise, surprise, Fonzie Mullen, and that was with a 37.139, also set qualifying round 3 here yesterday afternoon. So those are the top qualifiers as we go 12, 6 and 6, and I'm just waiting for a printer to work so we can get the 12 sorted for you. There's only 4 boats that won't run in the LS. Until I know exactly what they are, I'm not going to read them out. Which I should have forthwith. Thank you, Gordon. So our top 12 in LS will be as follows: Bastian Mullen, Kyle Elphinstone, Nate Mullen, Matt Malthouse, Matt Harrod, Laurie Howlett, Jade Atchison, Rodney Norton, James Matchin, Jodie Cottam, Tyler O'Day and Lance Edmonds. And unfortunately missing out on the 12, Ron O'Day, Daryl Atchison and Andrew Garth and Karen Howlett. So our 12 for LS, Ripshift A, Blackout Racing, Ripshift B, Nude Nuts, No Limits, Drop Bear, Twisted, Hot Shot, Toxicity, Steady Eddie, Aggravation B, and Lance Edmonds in solid gold. So that'll be our 12 for LS, and we should have you guys heading down towards the boat ramp in the order that was sorted out at driver's briefing. And for our 6s in Group A and Unlimited, you've got PSP Racing, Toughen Up, Team Attitude, Quiet Time and Matrix, and an Unlimited, Ramjet, Troublemaker and Mongrel. I think the only 3 left in Unlimited after a little bit of a day of carnage. So we're just getting our recovery crews out to their stations. The LS boats should be heading towards the boat ramp, please guys. And we will get into the action very, very shortly. I've just got to confirm what order we're going to run and how we're going to do it, because it's going to be a bit of a tight turnaround. Okay, so top 12 LS, and that's going to roll straight back into top 6 LS, top 6 400s, top 6 Superboat, and then we go top 3, Junior final, LS 400 Superboat. So it's going to be a bit of a tough turnaround for the LS boys, and especially the rip shift boys with doing double duty. But so we'll have top 12 LS, they'll go straight to the top 6 off the back of that, and then top 6 400s, top 6 Superboat. Out of the 6s we go to the 3s, and that'll be the finals. Juniors, LS 400s and Superboats to conclude a very busy round here at CABARITA this weekend at Round Mountain Raceway. Our race director's just corrected us on that with how more it was written down. So Superboats actually won't do a top 6 because there's only 3 left. Alright, so that's easier. So there may be a little bit of a break in between because obviously we need to get the boats turned around and refueled and cooled down and ready to go. So top 12 LS, top 6 LS, top 6 400, and then it'll go into the 3s. So Junior, LS, 400, Superboat 3s because there's only 3 Superboats left. Alright, now that we've got that. Thank you, Grant. So LS top 12 to the boat ramp and the dummy grid, please. LS top 12. Bastian Mullen, Kyle Elphinstone, Nate Mullen, Matt Malthouse, Matty Harrop, Laurie Howlett, Jade Atchison, Rodney Norton, James Machin, Jodie Cotton, Tyler O'Day and Lance Edmonds. They won't necessarily run in that order because obviously they'll split Bastian and Nate to one end and the other like they normally do with the round. So from here we will eliminate 6 boats. So Daryl Hutton on the boat ramp. I think they might just be firing it up to get it sorted for travelling. So with the methanol fueled boats, usually they run petrol through them just to get any methanol residue and that out of the lines and out of the injection and everything like that, because typically when methanol dries up, it leaves like a powdery residue and it locks the nozzles and it's not a good deal. So they'll actually run pump fuel. They'll run pump fuel through it to clean through the fuel system. So I think that's what Darren's doing there on the boat ramp at the moment. So the top 12 order, they'll run in their normal run order. So I've... Okay, so this will be the junior development final. Alright, so this will be Declan Dukes, his first run, his run in the final for junior development. Kobe will run a little bit later. So the rest of the LS boats, they will run in their normal run order from the qualifying rounds for the top 12. So Declan's best lap's been a 69.314. Improved in the last run by a whopping 10 seconds, and he was pretty stoked about it too. Went through the split at a 29.5. You can see the improvement and the confidence from the start of the weekend, where he's definitely carrying a lot more speed and throttle now. Helps when your dad's Tremaine, TJ Dukes. I reckon he's going to improve on the 69.3 here and goes through with a 67.506. 67.506 for Declan Dukes. So he does his fastest lap of the weekend at the proper end of the weekend, and now Kobe Burke will come out a little bit later, and yeah, young Declan's he's pumping the air with his fists. He's pretty happy. He knows he's gone quicker again. That's a good effort. So Kobe Burke's got to come out and get the rotation right first. That's the crucial one, so he can actually be beaten. All right, I can hear some LS boats firing up on the boat ramp. Basti and Mullen out first in the 12. Fastest so far this weekend with a 39.162 in round 4 here. Yesterday afternoon, 3-time national LS champion, won it again this season, and he did it with a round to spare at Keith in South Australia about a month back. Right, look for a low 16 split from Basti and Mullen. 16-2, there or thereabouts, that's where he's pretty much been all weekend. Can't afford to do anything silly here. In the 12, where it is an elimination, he only will take the top 6 boats. Based on his form, he's going to be pretty tough. Out of the final corner, and Basti and Mullen opens up with a 39.359. 39.359. So he's been in the 39.3s 3 times now. 39.332 in round 3 and 39.318 in the top 12. And he's just gone 39.359. You would think that would be easily in the 6. Not a surprise. Right, so Daryl Hutton is firing up. He's just doing a fire up with some petrol going through the boat, down on the boat ramp. All right, Laurie Howlett and Drop Bear. Laurie's best lap has been a 42.347, which has him in P6 overall. So looking to try and get that through to the top 6. He's got about a second up on Jade Atchison, so again, can't afford to do anything silly here. Just keep doing what he's been doing. Bring it home with the pace that he's been on. Oh, little issue, there was a cavitation. It might have just tagged the bank and picked up something in the grill. Shouldn't have hurt it too much. Goes through the split with, a 24.6. Is there a rotation error in there early? Okay, something's not gone right there because Laurie's right off the pace to the split. I reckon he might have done a run around the island, one of the islands at least twice. So he's going to bring it home now. This might put him under pressure to get him in the 6. Brings it down to the line with a 49.617. 49.617, and there must have been a rotation error in there. Where was that early? So he did go run, he went round one of them twice. Oh, wow. That's going to hurt. That's going to be tough to try and keep in the 6, I reckon. That's such a shame for Laurie Howlett and Drop Bear. And so, yeah, I missed that. I missed the girls putting their hands up next to me for the rotation error. But that's why the split blew out to a 24, which in normal conditions, Laurie's sort of been rocking through there in the mid-17s. Sort of mid-17, early 18s, and it went out to 24 seconds to the split. So 49.617 for Laurie Howlett. So I found out where Justin and Bree and the girls are actually in Florence, Italy. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning. Justin sat up in bed watching the live stream from Florence in Italy. Oh, is it just Justin and Bree? Oh, I didn't take the girls. Oh, it's one of those trips. Okay, so I think Laurie might be doing it tough to keep in the 6 here, so that could open up an opportunity for Jade Atchison, who's been as fast as a 43.5. She was 7th in qualifying for the 12. So if one of those boats out of the 6 going in can improve, they just need to go better than a 49.6 for Laurie Howlett, but there's still quite a few boats left to go, and anything can happen, and as we've just seen, it can happen. You need to get that nav right, especially in the eliminations. All right, who's next? Haven't seen the Elphinstone boat on the boat ramp yet. Steady Eddie's down there, Twisted's down there. You can see Lance Edmonds over the far side. Here is Kyle. So Kyle was actually on the water, just out of sight. So Kyle Elphinstone in a very beaten up Sprintec Blackout Racing. The sledgehammers have been out. It doesn't have a reverser bucket. It's got a damaged left side exhaust. So it's not going to sound the best. But he just needs to bring it home in a solid lap to get into the 6. He's not mucking around. So definitely going to need to go faster than a 43. It went 16.4 to the split versus a 16.2 for Bastian. Again, you don't need to set the world on fire in this top 12. You just need to get the rotation right and carry speed. And it doesn't look like it's hurting it that bad. There's quite a bit of damage on the right rear corner of the boat. Kyle Elphinstone should be comfortably in with a 39.986. 39.986 from upside down in the previous round. The sledgehammers are out, and yep, it's beaten, it's battered, but you would think that is more than comfortably into the 6. All right, that's part 1 done. Now he's got to get through the 6, but yeah, look, it's hurt it a little bit, but you don't know how hard Kyle was going then. He just needed to get the thing home and get it through into the 6, which he should have just comfortably done. Yeah, the most notable damage is on the right rear corner and the left side exhaust. And I think both boys will be certainly hurting in the morning across the shoulders because that landed hard. All right, Jade Atchison, an opportunity here to get into the 6. She was 7th going in. But Laurie Howlett, unfortunately, with a nav error, which he corrected, and the time blew out a little bit. This opens up the door for the likes of Jade and even Rodney Norton with a stellar lap to try and maybe get into the 6. Still, with a heap of boats left to come. Jade Atchison, Erin Kearney. Twisted Stingray Hull. There's another boat with KMC Performance down the side of it. Goes through with a 17.9 to the split. 17.9 to the split. It's probably up there with her best split so far of the weekend. Last few corners, that sequence over the back, she's got it right. Last one down, gets through there. This should be a good lap. Maybe in the 42s, maybe. And she goes 43.444. 43.444. So that is her best lap of the weekend. Had gone 43.5 and she's parked it after the finish line. So you would think that Jade should be in the 6 with that lap. 43.444 for Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney. Her best lap by a 10th. She'll be stoked if she can make the 6, and that was a good effort. Don't think that we should have done any damage parking it up on the bank. That particular part of the racetrack is now known as the Verning Elphinstone Corner. Oh, hi, Noel. Hey, Noel, obviously there wasn't a lot of damage on the boat. You turned it around pretty quick. Did it hurt anything? It's just got a leak. Burst a couple of welds. What was leaking water, you or the boat? Oh, good to see you back out there, mate. All right, so Noel Verning will be back out in the 6th for Group A after his upside-down effort. Didn't quite get as high as Kyle's effort, though. It didn't quite have the altitude, but it was a good effort nonetheless. All right, who's next? Rodney Norton's down there in hot shot. We've got Maddie Malthouse, Solid Gold, Steady Eddie on the ramp, Still with 8 boats left to go. We've had 4. Laurie Howlett's still in at the moment, but I think that 49.6 is going to be pretty tough to hold up to get through to the 6. So there was a rotation error fairly early in the run. He had to go around one of the islands twice, and that's why the split blew out into the 24s instead of in that sort of 17.5, 18-second range. All right, so Jade will get back into the pit area. A little bit of a weed clean-up after that one, I think. So hopefully that little bit of a threat of weather coming through may have gone. Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of sun back over us at the moment. I think Laurie's down there on the grass. Laurie. Which call was it? Was it like in the first quarter of the run? Well, you're still in at the moment, so it's not over. You've done such a good job this weekend, mate. I'm really disappointed for you. One of the coolest named boats in the sport with Drop Bear. Laurie's still got a smile on his face. He's all right. Ish. All right, who's coming off the trailer? I think... might be Matt Malthouse. Jade's just going up on the trailer now. It's a fairly full boat ramp there at the moment. Yeah, Matt Malthouse, Leighton Collins. So Matt made the 12, qualifying 4th with a 40.302. So he's knocking on the 39s. Nate Mullen's got a couple of tenths on him at the moment. So a good 40, 41 should easily see the Nude Nuts team in the 6. Attacked that first sequence pretty hard. Maxi Motors, Heinz Bobcat and Hire Allen and Michelle Cotton, Frank Thatcher, McMurray Contracting, Collins Contracting and Earth Moving, and Simpson Farms on the side of the Stinger. Goes through the split at a 16-2. 16-2 to the split. Matt's on a lap here. This will be sub 40 if he can keep it tidy in the second half, but that's just about as good as Elphinstone and Bastian Mullen to the split. Last corner to go. Matt Malthouse looking to go into the 39s. Can he? Absolutely he does with a 39.506. 39.506. He's just whomped his best by about 8 tenths. Did the job in the first part of the lap. It went 16-2 to the split. So you saw how aggressive he was out of the start shooting that first right and left combination. He hit that hard. Good lap, Matty Malthouse. Leighton will be claiming all of that one, but... All right, so we've now got 3 boats in the 39s. Nate Mullen, you know that he'll be able to get into the 39s, you would think. Matty Harrod, I think they've been trying some different stuff. His best's been a 41.0, so a 39 would have to be a pretty decent lap. But we know Matt's had the pace. He qualified 5th going into the 12 from the 6 rounds of qualifying throughout the weekend. On the water next. So we've had 5, still got 7 to go. Jody Cottam in Steady Eddie. So Jody qualified 10th with a 45.111. Think you're going to need to go better than probably a mid 43, low 44 at best. So let's see what Jode can do. I think she's sort of been in the 18.8s to the split. Boat sits beautifully on the water. Another one of the many sprint tech holes down in New Zealand. Down to the split and goes 18.7. So a little improvement there to the split. I know she's been in the 18.8s. Takes a very different line down towards Benny's, which is actually up against the bank in the first sort of section heading down. A little bit of a different line there for Jodie. She can get into the 44s, she'll be doing really, really well. It'll be close. And at the finish goes 44.987. 44.987. Her best lap of the weekend. Just took a couple of tenths off her best. So I don't know if that'll be enough for the 6. It'll be... Could be. Depends what James Machin and Rodney Norton can do. Rodney's been in the 43s. James has been in the mid-44s. Good lap nonetheless. Good effort there from Jodie Cottam. Will Cartwright sitting alongside in the nav seat. Lance Edmonds in the solid gold Atchison. Peter Sendy on the other side of the boat. So Lance did a good job to qualify for the 12. It's going to be a very, very, very good effort to try and get into the 6. Big Atchison's just struggling out of Benny's, really. The boat gets very, very sideways off the exit, which is not ideal. Down to the split, goes 19 flat, so that's actually probably up there with Lance's best split of the day. And again, out of Benny's, the back of the boat just loses adhesion, gets sideways, and it sucked a heap of exit speed out of it. Best lap's been a 45.8. I think Lance is definitely trying hard. I reckon it lost a second out of Benny's. And we'll go through in the 12 with a 46.652. 46.652. So yeah, a lot of that time was lost down at Benny's, where they've really struggled all throughout the weekend, but gets the lap completed. I don't think it'll be enough for the 6. It's cool sort of hearing commentary and sort of watching down the front with some of the conversations going on across the teams. And I see Mick Perry's down there out of Daryl Hutton's boat, and he's holding on to that laptop like it's for dear life, because it didn't make one of the journeys to around earlier on in the series. All right, Rodney Norton and Hot Shot. The organic Gaelic farmer with Pam Moran sitting alongside. So Rodney's been in the 43s. If he can knock over a 43.4 better, he might just give Jade Atchison a little nudge going into the 6. Go, Rodney. Goes to the split with a 17.7. Oh, he's carrying some speed. Rodney Norton and Pam Moran had never raced anything before last season when he debuted. If he can go quicker than a 43.4, he might be on here. It's a good lap. And through the finish line with a 42.906. 42.906. And he's gone half a second faster than Jade Atchison. That might be enough to get him in the 6. They are both going off in the boat. That's there were so many cheers down here in front of me, because there's a few Rodney Norton fans down here. Even the safety crew are cheering. Oh, that might be enough to get him in the 6. So a 42.906. He's just found 7 tenths. The Howlets are going to be the first ones down there at the boat ramp by the looks of it. You will not be able to shut Rodney up. I think that's going to be enough to get him in the 6. Matty Harrop. All right, he's been in the 41.0s. Close to the 40s. A solid lap here will get him in. Ooh, that was wide up against the front here. Nice smooth start. Oh, a big lift as he got out towards that centre island and nearly banged the bank. Split 17.6, so he's only half a tenth up on Rodney Norton. It got a little bit untidy through the centre of the course. So Matt Harrop for the Kiwis, trying to make the 6 here at CABARITA Beach, the last round of the Penrite V8 Australian Championships. Still a solid lap, but it won't be as fast as his best, and goes 42.302. 42.302. So there was a couple of moments. I mean, that should solidly have a minute. At the moment, it's Rip Shift A, Nude Nuts, Blackout, Moist As, Hot Shot, Twisted. So the bubbles are 43.4 from Jade Atchison and Twisted. So Steady Eddie's out. So Matt Malthouse P2 at the moment with a 39.50. Rip Shift went 39.35. Blackout 39.986. Matt Harrod went 42.3. Hot Shot 42.9. Twisted 43.4. 43.4 is the bubble. With a certain Mr. Nate Mullen yet to come, and James Machin. And Tyler O'Day. This is James Machin in Toxicity. So qualified 9th with a 44.401. So needs to go better than a 43.4 to get into the 6. At the expense of his teammate out of the disturbed, Twisted Toxicity camp. The 7-7, 777 and quad 7 teams. All right, Machin down to the split. 17.9. 17.9 to the split. So that's on sort of Jade Atchison pace. So he's there. He's close. Can he go better than a 43.4? At the expense of a teammate. He's trying hard. All right, out of the final corner into the line and goes 43.486. Missed it by 4 hundredths. Ooh, Jade will be sweating. 43.444 plays 43.486. That was a good lap from James Machin, but not quite enough. 43.486. So he's just whopped a second off his previous best and missed the top 6 at the moment by 4 hundredths. He was half a tenth down on the split. 17.90 versus a 17.95. So yeah, James definitely picked the pace up then. So Jade's still sitting on the bubble, and there's a certain yellow Rip Shift boat about to hit the water. Nate Mullen. Qualified P3 with a 40.109. Definitely attacked that boost sequence. So look for this split to be, I reckon, a mid-16 will be there or thereabouts. It's fast already. Nate Mullen through the split. Goes 16.6, so he's on the money. A little bit untidy out of Benny's, didn't suck too much exit speed out of it, but not as nice as it has been. Nate Mullen, this should be enough to get into the 6. Last corner to go. And Nate Mullen will get in with a 40.082. Jade Atchison is out. So the bubble, with one boat left to come, will be Rodney Norton at a 42.906. So Rodney Norton in the 6 on the bubble, with Tyler O'Day to come in aggravation B. So you got Rip Shift A, Nude Nuts, Blackout, Rip Shift B, Moist As and Hot Shot, your 6 at the moment. So those boats definitely looking to get turned around as Tyler O'Day's trying to have a last gasp effort to get in. It's going to be a very, very big lap because he's gone 45.654 for his best. So needs to find about 3 seconds to try and knock Rodney Norton off. Tyler has made the 6s before. Started the weekend parked up on the bank, about 2/3 of the way up towards the car park. Damaged the boat. They repaired the hull overnight, actually patched up. It's a fiberglass hull. Went through the split at an 18.2. Oh, it got untidy out of Benny's. That was costly. Trying to get it tidied back up. I don't think it's going to be enough. And Rodney Norton looking to qualify here in the 6 and hot shot. Tyler O'Day, that distinctive driving style with the straight arms, and goes through with a 44.002. 44.002. And has just taken 1.6 seconds off his previous best, but will not make the 6. The 6 will be Ripshift A, Nude Nuts, Blackout Racing, Ripshift B, Moist As, and Hot Shot. Rodney Norton makes the 6. So they'll give these teams just a little bit of time to get turned around, because they will come straight back out for their 6 as Kobe Burke's going to hit the water in the second of our junior development boats for the final. Rodney Norton making the 6. That is outstanding. So we've got 3 boats in the 39s. Bastian, Matt and Kyle. How many times have we said that over the last couple of seasons? Quite a lot. All right, Kobe Burke needs to get the nav right. Needs to go faster than a 67.5 that was set by Declan Dukes in the first of our finals for junior development. So the very experienced Kobe Burke. Last time in this boat. It is for sale after this run. So if you want to get into our junior development class and have a lot of fun in a very, very cool little watercraft, go and see Kobe and Grant and the team down in the pits after the meeting. So can't afford to make a mistake with a nav error. It goes through the split at a 22.79. Down at Benny's is the trickiest part of the track for this little boat, because it tends to slide a lot more than the bigger boats. Gets that right. Kobe rockets through the centre, so looking to leave the class with a win here at CABARITA this weekend. Goes that long run around the top. Couple more corners left to go. Got a little bit of a bounce on. His best lap's been a 55.637, and he's going to bow out of the junior development class with a 56.092, and Kobe will take out the honours in junior development ahead of Declan Dukes with a 67.5. Good luck with your LS campaign next year, and if you want to maybe help the team out as a bit of a sponsor, go and see the Burke team down in the pits, because they are looking for someone to help them out with their LS program. So for one last time, folks, put your hands together for Kobe Burke. He will take the checkered flag as our winner in junior development, and the final time in that race boat. He's going to step up to the senior classes next year, hopefully. As I said, if you want to help the team out with a little bit of financial assistance, go down and see the team. They'd love to talk to you, and I think Kobe will go very, very well in an LS class boat, because he's done an awesome job in this little development boat. So put your hands together. And if he parks it on the bank, need to get Ollie Silverton to teach him how to do donuts after. Oh, I'm looking forward to that if we get Ollie's donuts a little bit later on. Griffith was awesome. So well done, Kobe Burke. Still a little bit of pressure on in that final. He has been beaten before where he's made a nav error, and a couple of the other younger drivers have actually picked his pocket in junior development wins over the last couple of seasons. So that's the first of our checkered flags today with our junior development final. All right, the LS boats should be starting to head down towards the boat ramp, please, guys. Ripshift A, Nude Nuts, Blackout, Ripshift, Moist As, Hot Shot. So we'll do our LS top 6, 400 top 6. Then we will do LS 400 Superboat top 3 for our finals, heading towards the conclusion. This weather's held off. Thank you. Hope you've enjoyed the racing this weekend, folks. Hope you're enjoying the racing at home on our live stream. With, again, big thank you to the South Hay Hotel. Alright, so just a little bit of a break, just allowing these LS boats to get fueled up and turned around, cooled down, ready for, because they're going to go straight back out into the 6. You got Bastian Mullen, Kyle Elphinstone and Matt Malthouse all in the 39s. Nate Mullen at the 40 flat range. Rodney Norton in the 42 nines. And the other qualifier was Maddie Harrop, who's been in the 41s but made the 6 with a 42.3. So should be very, very close in the final. Just how beat up is Kyle Elphinstone's boat? Well, we're about to see, because it's game on now to get through to the 3. So we take 3 from the top 6. We've eliminated 6 from the 12. We now eliminate 3 from the top 6. Don't need to do that with unlimited Superboat because we've only got 3 left. I think we've got 5 in Group A. Alright, so Bastian Mullen's already on the boat ramp, about to go in the water, so we shouldn't be too far away from Bastian and Talia. Coming out for the first run in the 6 for the LS class in the Rip Shift number 1 Australia, now 3-time Australian champion. Jet speed hull. Boat hurriedly prepared after Griffith and the big accident with young Nate, unfortunately, where the boat caught fire and just destroyed it, so they dragged one of the many spares out of the pallet racking at GM Motorsport and put the jet speed together, which I think had done former duty with Fonzie, of course. Alright, Bastian Mullen has been as fast as a 39.16. Doesn't need to go that quick, just needs to be a solid fast lap like we know Bastian does pretty much every lap. He hasn't been out of the 39 since the first qualifying round at a 41.5. Every other lap's been in the 39s. Hasn't got a 38 in it. I reckon it has. Oh, the flow through that first sequence, just stunning. Bastian's arguably one of the best through there other than his dad, Fonzie. Right, down to the split. Can it go 16 flat? No, went 16.2. It's been pretty consistent in the 16.2s. Better run out of Benny's that time. Oh, he cut that tight. There was a little lift off the exit. He was right up against the island. It'll be another 39, another low 39. It went 16.2 to the split, and Bastian goes 39.208. 39.208. Fastest lap today. 39.208 for Bastian. Consistent, if nothing else, and we know he's fast. Absolutely know he's fast. So the Rip Shift team have got a little bit of a tighter turnaround now with just 4 boats between them in the 6, and then it gets even tighter in the 3, where if Nate makes the 3, and more than likely he does, it's an even harder turnaround for that team. So the logistics of getting that boat turned around, and then obviously Fonzie's boat, there's a lot of work goes on to get those 2 boats and 3 entries turned around between rounds. All right, Rodney Norton's fired up. He's on the ramp. And it looks like Hot Shot's going to be next on the water. All right, outstanding effort for Hot Shot to make the 6. Fastest lap of the weekend's been a 42.906. with at least 3 of the boats in the 39s, it's going to have to be a 40 or better, and the lap of Rodney's life to make the 3. It wasn't a bad lap to get him in the 6. All right, Rodney Norton, Pam Moran. Sponsored by Designer Sheds, North Coast Boating Centre, Mooney Beach Hotel, Rod's Garlic, and all garage door services. Out on the water for the 6. No throttle lift going through that first sequence. Oh, there was a little wobble over the back. There was almost looked like he was going to turn left and head down towards Benny's. All right, goes through the split at a 17.8. 17.8, he's carrying some speed down to Benny's. Rodney's on fire. If he can improve on the 42.9, that will be a success. He may get to do that. Oh, that was an aggressive turn on the second to last corner. Sort of knifed in. And down to the line, and Rodney Norton goes 42.823. He's gone quicker again. 42.823. He's just taken another 10th off it. You think he's happy? I don't think it'll make the 3, but you think he's happy? Just got a call from our race director. We've got a few kids and folks just down on the fence on the far side of the track. Could we have you back from there, guys, please? Because we have seen some boats up towards there throughout the weekend. So just got 7 or 8 people up there against the fence over the far side of the track. If we could just have you back a little bit further up the hill, please, guys. Tyler O'Day got to at least that height yesterday. So need you back off the fence, please, folks. What a lap from Rodney Norton, 42.823, his best lap of the weekend, and he went even faster than his top 12 run. I don't think it'll be enough. Well, hey, look, anything can happen. There's still 4 boats left to run here. Who's next? Nobody's even on the ramp yet. Tight turnaround for these guys from the 12 straight into a 6, so we can understand that. So, all right, Rodney's out of the water and heading back to the pit area. That has been a fantastic effort. Absolutely fantastic effort. 42.823, his best lap of the weekend, right at the business end of the weekend, and just got faster and faster every time. Not too far away from our top 6 for 400s. And then that'll take us into the 3s, LS 400s and Superboats. All right, so we're just getting a call from race control. So no limits is on the timer. So they've asked for some extra time to get turned around. They've found an issue with the boat. So I think they've got 4 minutes extra to try and get that boat to the boat ramp. So Kyle Elphinstone's on the ramp. I can see Matt Malthouse parked up on the other side, so they're both about to go in the water. So Blackout's there, Nude Nuts is there. The Rip Shift boat is parked up over to the other side of them, getting Nate in the boat and getting it refueled. And Matty Harrob's either back in the pit area or just ahead of them with a timer on him.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
the journey. It's going to need to be a pretty good lap. He has been in the 41s, but tidier through that first sequence where a couple of times he's got the boat up out of the water on turning. Oh, it's shut down. It banged it off the bank. That's going to cost him. Goes through to the split with a 17.8. It almost completely shut down, like he second-guessed himself with the call. It got back on the throttle to get it turned because that was going to go straight ahead and end up in the catch fence. So that's going to be costly. The rest of the lap's not looking too bad, but I think Matt will be pretty dark on himself. I don't know if that's what they were chasing. It was almost like a fuel starvation issue. Goes through with a 42.198. 42.198 for Matt Harrod. That's not going to be enough, but that was a big moment where it almost sounded like it shut down. Then it got back on the throttle to get it turned down here in front of us at the one call. Back onto the front side of the circuit to the split, so I don't know if it was starving for fuel or he just hesitated himself and got out of the throttle, but it was lucky it picked up the throttle when it did to get it turned because it was going to go straight ahead. He ended up buried in the bank here on the front side of the circuit. All right, Matt Malthouse, Rip Shift B, Kyle Elphinstone, ready and waiting. I think Kyle's in the water. No, Kyle's out of the water still. So Nude Nuts, Rip Shift, both in the water. Kyle's still parked up. Pretty sure they're in the boat. I'm just going to have a quick look and jump on the roving mic. Yeah, they're in the boat. Grant's just giving me the thumbs up. I just can't see through the toilet block, ironically. So yeah, definitely in the boat. I do have a monitor up here in commentary, but it's just a little bit hazy to see if they're actually physically in the boat. So they're just getting back down into the water now. Rip Shift B and Nude Nuts are both down there. So 3 more boats left to run in the 6 as actually Rip Shift comes back out of the water. Right, Kyle's going in now in the beaten up KMC Performance Blackout Racing Sprintec. Looks like they might have done a little bit more panel beating to that right rear corner of the boat. It looks a little bit tidier. At least now you can see the stickers. No, it still looks ugly. Maybe they wiped it. It looks a bit shinier. The left, have a look at the left-hand exhaust. It's at a different angle to the right-hand end. It's got a big crimp and a split in it, so it sounds a little bit agricultural. Was in the 33s in the 12, looking to get, I looked 39, sorry. I think it's going to need to be another 39 to make the 3, because Nate Mullen's there just waiting to pounce. Matt Malthouse has been in the 39s. Bastian's already banked a 39.20. We know Kyle's been in the low 39s. He went 39.276 Q4 here yesterday afternoon. Then went 39.3 this morning, and then got it upside down big time. So we're beaten up blackout racing on the journey. Kyle Elphinstone and Jacob Bellamy. They'll be feeling the bruises in the morning. Kyle said he was already feeling them now. 16.2 to the split, so he's pretty much equaled Bastian to the split. He has gone faster, but again, doesn't need to reinvent the wheel and set the world on fire here. He just needs to make the 3 and then it's game on. Good looking lap though. Kyle Elphinstone, this will be another 39. We're in the 39s, 39.353. He's only a 10th off Bastian. 39.353. It is game on. So all eyes on Matt Malthouse and Nate Mullen. definitely going to have to be in the 39s between them. So these two have the ability to knock each other off. Very good lap from Kyle. That matches what he did this morning before he got upside down in Q6. Definitely a bit of adrenaline going there with those boys. All right, Matt Malthouse, Leighton Collins, Nude Nuts Racing. And if you're here for the first time and wondering why they're called Nude Nuts, they are both follically challenged. Still got to ask Mitch what he did to his arm. Haven't had an explanation yet. Boys, Matt again has just attacked that first sequence. So look for the split to be down in that sort of 16-3, 16-4 range. He was in the 39s and the 12s. 16-2. He's gone faster than Bastien to the split. 16-2-1 to the split. Matt Malthouse is here to play. Can he keep it on the charge in the second half of the lap? Ran it a little bit wide. There was a couple of hands up in the air down here in front of me. Down to the line, and Matty Malthouse goes. 39.547. 39.547. Might have just lost a little bit in the second half of the lap, but matched the split of Kyle and Bastien in this round. 16.214 to the split. Bastien went 16.217. Kyle went 16.243. Wow. So if anything, it's probably that second half of the lap. There was a wide run through the centre island on the other side of where the boys have got caught out today, and it was a fairly wide entry, so that might have cost sort of a tenth, maybe a tenth and a half through there, I reckon. And there was a couple of hands getting thrown up here in the air in front of me where they saw the same thing. So I think that cost them a little bit of time, but a solid 39. So the bump is a 39.54 for Matt Malthouse. Will that hold up with Nate Mullen to come? Now, I don't think Nate's been in the 39s. He's gone 40.6, 40.10, 40.6. And then in the 12, Nate went 40.08. So there's a 39 in there. Now, the boat's not in the water yet. The boys are over there. I can see Bastien. It might just be going in the water now as Noel Verning's already warming up quiet time. So I think Nate's just going in the water now. So 39.2, 39.3, 39.5, top three at the moment. So Nate Mullen's going to have to go quicker than a 39.547 to make the three. We know Nate can do it, absolutely categorically, but it's going to be a pretty good lap because he's going to have to go half a second quicker than he has been all day, all weekend. All right, Nate's in the water now. They've just fired up the rift shift number 1B. Looking to tie up second overall in the championship in a battle between himself and Kyle Elphinstone. Behind Bastien, who's already tied up his third national title. Earlier on in the weekend, Kyle was telling me how much he enjoyed Keith and how competitive those top 6 boats were at Keith in South Australia at the previous round. Really loves that part of it. All right, Nate Mullen, can he go 39.547? The split's going to have to be down in that 16.2, 16.3 range. Ooh, there's some fingernails getting bitten here. Malthouse on the bubble. Nate Mullen, let's rip in rip shift. Nice opening sequence. So the split is the first one to watch. If it's 16-2 or better, he's on the money. Nice opening half a lap and goes to the split with a 16.204. Fastest split of the round. 16.204 to the split for Nate. It got a little bit untidy out of Benny's. A little bit untidy. Then it got a little bit of a bounce on through the centre. He's right on the money on the split. The second half of the lap, not so much. Can he go 39.54 or better to the line? And it goes 39.730. He's out by 0.2. 39.730. He was on it on the split. He was actually faster to the split than the other three boats, but it just got a little bit untidy in the second part of the lap. He lost a little bit of drive out of Benny's, and it had a little bit of a porpoise down here in front of us, and it just took a little bit of time out of it in the run home, and it went 39.730. It did go into the 39, so you got four boats now in the 39s today. Half a second covering the top four. So missing out, Rip Shift B, Moistaz and Hot Shot. Making the final three, Rip Shift A, Blackout Racing and Nude Nuts Racing, and not for the first time. So Noel's best lap of the day so far has been a 48.565. He actually did that in Q2 yesterday. He's been upside down today as well. Oh, he's got it wrong. Game over for Noel Verning. He parks up quiet time on the bank down here in front of us. Exit 1 from the Group A finals. Didn't even get to the split. So it has been an eventful day for Noel and Nick sitting alongside. This time though, they didn't get upside down. All right, who's warming up? Matrix. I think PSP isn't there yet. Fonzie's keen and Ramjet. He's already lined up down on the ramp in Superboat. So Noel's got fired back up. He'll limp back into the pit area. So what I'm looking for is the Roylands tractor replacements Chevy. Noel forgot there's a bit of a shelf right there where he parked. So the Roylands, yeah, they're just out the back of the dummy grid. So the PSP team are there. They're in front of all of the other boats. So quiet time goes quiet again. It was a good idea. Jet ski had already gone back into the pit area after they fired back up, but he's managed to... So you can see how much water that's actually sitting in, but it's actually sitting up against the shelf off the edge of that island. So it wasn't much, but there wasn't enough to hold the boat up. Or you need a little bit of speed to go over that shelf, yes. Right, see if Noel can get it back in this time without banking it. Okay. So Warburton's warming up in the Team Attitude machine. Matrix is warming up. PSP's just parked out the back of the dummy area at the moment. Danny Napick will be in there somewhere as well, I think, on the ramp and toughen up. So Noel Verning's out, he's done. A DNF in the top 6. Fortunately, no Jody Ely today, which is disappointing. All right, so Noel's back in the pit area. Who's coming off the trailer? Warburton, I think, in Team Attitude. Brand new sleek line. So it's going to be interesting here. So Warburton's been in the 46s. Obviously you've got Ollie and Danny. Danny's been in the 41s. Ollie's been in the 39s all day. Hugh's been in the 43s. So needs to get into the 43s to try and force an issue. You would think it would be Ollie, Danny and Hugh in the top 3, but it's jet sprinting, anything can happen. Split for Daniel Warburton, an 18.095. Nice run out of Benny's. So looking to improve on a 46.4. Really needs to be in the 43s to try and force the issue with Hugh Gilchrist to make the 3. Goes through with a 44.622. 44.622, that's his best lap by a whole bunch. 44.622. So Daniel's just improved by the better part of 2 seconds from his best lap earlier on in the weekend. Good effort. So the rest of these boys are going to have to go better than that, obviously. They've done it, but they've got to do it with a little bit of pressure and an elimination. Great lap from Daniel Warburton in a brand new boat. Who's next? Toughen Up's in the water. PSP's going in the water. Wonder if he'll run the One Australia in New Zealand. One WAESNZ. All right, Hugh Gilchrist, Matrix. Matrix houseboats. Brand new Pulse, brand new JRE race engine. Running on methanol in the aluminium head package. All right, so Hugh just needs to do a solid lap here. If he's in the 43s, that's where he'll need to be to make the 3, but he needs to go faster than a 44.622 that Daniel Warburton just set. Goes to the split in an 18.2. Daniel went through at an 18.0, so Hugh's a little bit behind the 8 ball early. If he can't go better than a 44.6, he may miss out on the 3. Now gets on the loud pedal to bring it home. Last corner run. Hugh Gilchrist down to the line and goes 43.634. 43.634. So importantly, faster than Daniel Warburton by a second. It was probably a little bit sluggish in the first half of the lap because he was down on the split, actually down on Daniel's split by 0.2, but found some time in the second half of the lap. So he banks a 43.63 with 2 to go. Danny Napick and Ollie Silverton. Danny's been in the 41s. We know he's got the pace. 41.169, but he hasn't been able to better that in the last 3 runs. So that 41.169 was early yesterday afternoon. Danny Napick, Toughen Up, KMC Performance. I've lost count of how many boats have got KMC stickers on them. supplies all the safety crew with the Speedflow t-shirts here at CABARITA. Napick down to the split. Down he goes, 17-2. So he's a full second up on Hugh Gilchrist to the split. That's all he needs to do. He just can't afford a DNF or a nav error. Brings it home through the centre. This should be another solid 41, if not a low 42. All he needs to do to make the three. Round one winner at Tamora, Danny Napick should go through with a 41.375. Woohoo! 41.375. So that for Danny is about 2/10 off his fastest yesterday. So he's back on that sort of time. 41.375 with 1 NZ, 1 AUS, 1 W for World about to hit the water, Ollie Silverton. Ollie Silverton, Macy Roylance, PSP Sunturf Biolytics, Hines, Magnum Automotive, Advantage Designer Homes, PSP Clearview, GJ Gardner Homes, Drainage Systems, Prestige Building Removals, Newdick Sheet Metals, Sprintec Hull, Accommodation Southern Sprintec Jet Unit, 406 cubic inches of Magnum Automotive Chevrolet, aluminium heads, methanol. Now, Ollie's gone 16-0 to the split. Is it on full kill? I know Graham's been leaning it out a little bit, and it sounds angry right now. Here's the split. Ollie goes 16-2, so that's there or thereabouts. He has been quicker, but I think, again, doesn't need to do anything silly. Bring it home. Was a little bit lazy out of Benny's. Doesn't tend to make a lot of mistakes, does Ollie Silverton. We saw one little hiccup yesterday afternoon where he banged it off the bank in front of the SJT sign over the back. Solid lap from Ollie Silverton and goes 39.820. 39.820. Did that pretty easily. Like, if anything, I reckon he's rolled out of it a little bit out the back. So that was just, I think that was a cruising Ollie. So, Ollie Silverton, Danny Napick, Hugh Gilchrist, your top three for Group A. Superboats to come, and there are only 3. So we should, so we're in the top 3s now, so we'll go LS 400s and Superboats. So your top 3 for the finals in Group A, Ollie Silverton in PSP Racing, Danny Napick in Toughen Up, Hugh Gilchrist in Matrix. So there'll be a little bit of a break here, I think. Just get these boats turned around and get them ready for our finals.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboat community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
At the racetrack. We have our awards evening tonight back in Coolangatta. Looking forward to that. Going over a season full of highlights and obviously building up to the rest of the television coverage of the sport on 7 Mate and 7 Plus. And on 7 Plus you can actually go on there and register, and you can watch all of the last 2 seasons of racing across the championship around Australia with some fantastic footage and coverage. Russell and the team do an awesome job here as part of that, and I know Russell's got some fantastic footage already of this weekend and some of the incidents that we've had. All right, we've got some action down on the boat ramp. It looks like we have our LS final backing down into the water. Rip Shift, Blackout Racing and Nude Nuts for the first of our finals. All 3 boats have been in the 39s. Kyle Elphinstone coming back after a boat damaging rollover in the last qualifying session earlier on today. Bastian Mullen doing what Bastian does best, and that is just flat out be fast. And Matt Malthouse, he's got some aggression going. He's been very, very fast late in the day today as well, to the point that he actually went to the split about half a tenth faster than even Bastian Mullen. And split-wise, we've seen Kyle Elphinstone. So Bastian's been in the 16.1s, and I know Kyle was in the 16.0s here yesterday. So now's the time to really lay it on the line. This is no hold back. This is the best that you will see. The pressure's on. Who will crack first? Who's on the water first? I think Bastian has the opportunity to decide whether he goes first or last in the 3 from memory. I think. Gordon? Bastian does have the choice of going first or last. Yeah, okay. So I think he's going last by the sound of it. I know when Brendan Doyle's had the opportunity in Group A, he actually decides to go first. So Nude Nuts out first, Blackout second, Rip Shift third for the final in LS. So Bastian has decided to go out last. Noel Verning's just down here in front of me. Noel, that didn't go well. I'm getting sick of looking at the back of your boat. Hard luck, mate. I'm looking forward to getting the newer boat back out next year, yeah? There's a Stinger, isn't it? Oh, another new one. Shh. All right, first of our finals, Nude Nuts Racing. Matt Malthouse, Leighton Collins. In the 39s, went fastest to the split in the top 6. First boat on the water for the LS final. Sponsored by Matson Motors, Heinz Bobcat and Hire, Alan and Michelle Cotton, Frank Thatcher, McMurray Contracting, Collins Contracting and Earth Moving and Simpson Farms. The follically challenged pair that are Matt and Leighton. Stinger Hull. Scott Jett goes 16.2 to the split. So a little bit slower. It went 16.28. He went 16.20 earlier on. It's still a good lap. Needs to be sub 40 to put the pressure on with Kyle and Bastian. What's Bastian got left to throw at it? And the first lap completed for Matty Malthouse and goes 39.192. 39.192. Boy, that thing's got some express in the second half of the lap. Matt's pretty happy with it too. 39.192. Wow. He's just found 4 tenths. So 39.142. What did Bastian do earlier on in the weekend? Bastian's gone 39.162. That's the fastest. No, 39.162. It's not the fastest. Only by 300ths. 39.192. 31.192. And Bastien has gone 39.162. Qualifying round 4 here yesterday afternoon. So, geez, not much in it. Matt made up some time because he was actually down a touch, just a touch at the split, not by much. He went 16.20 in the 6. That was a 16.28, so it was only 800ths. But he's found the better part of 4/10ths in the second half of the lap. Right, Kyle Elphinstone, beaten up and black, literally blackout racing. Matt's been in the 39.1s and he's been upside down as well. Has been in the 16.0s at the split. Here we go. Kyle Elphinstone and Jacob Bellamy. KFC Performance on the side of the boat. Needs to be in that 16.2 plus range for the split. KMC Performance, Warspeed Industries, Coastal Truck Services, Velocity Engineering, splits. Oh, 16.130, 16.13. Big split. Fast to the split. Could it go 38? Could it go 38? With Bastien Mullen to come. It's a great lap. The big Sprintex sits beautifully on the water. Is there a 38? Is there a 38? Oh, 39.141. 39.141. And that is 500ths the difference. 500ths faster than Matt Malthouse. Wow, it was up on the split. Kyle went 16.1, so he was a tenth, nearly 2/10ths up on the split. But if anything, it may not have just had that speed in the fast stuff in the second half of the lap. So is fastest at the moment by 5/100ths of a second with Bastien Mullen to come. I thought there was a 38 in that. That looked like a 38 was coming. 500ths in the first two boats. All right, Bastien's fired up. Nate's on the side of the boat helping him get it fired up. Rip shift. Now three-time Australian champ. Bit of a fist pump between the boys. And Bastien is in the water. Needs to go faster than a 39.141, which now is the fastest lap of the weekend. Bastien's gone 39.162, so 200 slower, but what's Bastien got in reserve? When he's been asked to, he came out in Q4. He wasn't going to do Q4 yesterday afternoon, come out and went quicker than Kyle, after Kyle went quicker than him from the previous round. Ooh, this is going to be cool. All right, so we know the split needs to be 16.1 or better to be there or thereabouts. He's been in the 16.1s. This is where he's so strong. Look at that flow. That flow through the first couple of corners. Bastien Mullen, three-time and reigning Australian champ in the LS class. Down to the split, and it goes 16.03. 16.03 to the split. He's up a tenth. Oh, he's off! He's off! Mullen's off! He does the 360. He clipped the end of Benny's and it's fired it into the centre island. Game over. Kyle Elphinstone from upside down wins here at CABARITA. Oh, I know Bastien's going to be disappointed. He was up on the split, and you do not see Bastien Mullen make many mistakes. Right at the end of the season, he's proved he's human. Absolutely proved he's human. And will finish third, but Matt Malthouse second by 500ths. Kyle Elphinstone from upside down to the win here in the last round of the championship. Wow. Take nothing away from Bastien Mullen. There's a reason why he's won 3 national titles consecutively. And before that, the last person to do it in 19 was Kyle Elphinstone. So that is going to be a big celebration. We'll Get the checkered flag out, and I want you to make some noise, CABARITA, when Kyle comes out here. Talia and the family are down here in front. You all right, Talia? How was that? I tell you what, if Bastian brought that home, it was going to be a hell of a lap. All right, Group A and Superboat finals to come. Come on, CABARITA, Round Mountain Raceway. Put your hands together for Kyle Elphinstone and Jacob Bellamy, the beaten-up Sprintec. It's ugly, but it wins. And the difference in the end was 5/100ths of a second. Make some noise, CABARITA. And I know Bastian's going to be hard on himself, but mate, hold your head up, buddy. You are the benchmark. Absolutely. Oh, Kyle's doing the Ollie Silverton donuts. Hey, he's been watching some of Ollie's videos. That's how you do a donut in a jet sprint boat. That's a good effort, Kyle. All right, Group A final next. Wow, that's cool. That's cool. To have that boat upside down and looking real hurt after quali 6, and it's got the exhausts facing the wrong direction. It's got a big hole in the right rear corner of the boat. The boys will be hurting, but as I said, adrenaline tends to take over. But Matt Malthouse by 1/2 tenth. What a lap from Matt Malthouse. That thing's got some express pace late in the lap. And across the 3 boats, you've got a Jet Speed, you've got a Sprintec, and you've got the Stinger. So 3 different class boats, 3 different manufacturers, ironically all made out in New Zealand. All right. Group A. I don't know who's on the water first. I do. It's Hugh Gilchrist and Matrix. So I reckon Ollie's decided to go last, potentially. The boys are lapping it down up there on the boat ramp. All right, Hugh Gilchrist, Group A final. Matrix Houseboats, Australian Moulding and Doors, Pulse JRE, guaranteed a podium. Goes to the split with a 16.7. That's probably Hugh's best split. I think that's Hugh's best split. There was a little lift on the approach to Benny's. He got a little bit untidy out of Benny's. Oh, nav error. He's made a nav error. He was good to the split, and he's made a nav error, which I think he's now corrected. I think he's corrected it. No, he's back off it. I think it'll be a no time. Just a discussion whether or not that was corrected or not. So I think it's a no time. All right, so definitely a no time. There was not the correction done, so game over for Hugh Gilchrist and Matrix. He was at 16.7 to the split, so arguably I think that was his best split in the first part of the lap, and then he's got it wrong out the back in the second part. That's disappointing for Hugh. Right, next should be Danny Nappick and Toughen Up. All right, Sprintec hull. Cliff Bamford sitting alongside. Danny's managing director, business owner, KMC Performance. KMC Trailers, KMC Performance. Back for jet sprint boats was into water ski racing. Won the opening round of the championship at Temora at the beginning of this season. Absolutely loved this boat. Another one of the Sprintex out of Peter Coe in the South Island of New Zealand. Oh, a little bit untidy through that centre section that's caught a few out so far today. Down to the split with a 17.4. It's down on the split. I think he's been better to the split. It got a little bit untidy before the split. But he's going to be guaranteed at least second with Ollie to come, and that's going to be a hard ask. Danny Nappert with 2 corners left to go. Will bring it home, so he's got the direction right, and will bank a 41.287. 41.287 for Danny Nappert. About half a tenth off his best lap from yesterday, which was a 41.233. So Danny Nappert leads 41.287. So Ollie Silverton needs to go faster than a 41.287. How much faster has he been? How about a 39.113? Four boats left to run. Ollie in Group A, and then our Superboat Unlimited final. Silverton's warming up on the ramp. Graham from Magnum Automotive just overseeing the startup. Another one of the new methanol-fueled aluminium headed combinations. A little bit different with the throttle characteristics from the New Zealand package. They have near on identical Sprintec back in New Zealand. Slightly different with the engine, and this thing just sounds so much different, especially at part throttle. It's just got this cackle about it with so much fuel running through the system, and Graham's been working on leaning it off through the day, and Ollie absolutely categorically one of the best. No one's ever done what he's achieved this weekend and this year, coming to do a full campaign in Australia. We've seen that from Rob Coley in the past, but at the same time he's the reigning world champ, the reigning New Zealand champ, which he just tied up in the last couple of months, and now the new one Australia. So he's 1 AUS, 1 W, 1 NZ, all at the same time. Ollie Silverton with Macy Royland sitting alongside. Nails that first sequence. Look for a 16-1 split. If he's on the money, he doesn't need to do anything silly, but Ollie only knows one way, and that is full noise. Down to the split and go off. 15.973. 15.9 to the split. Benny's, he's aced it out of Benny's. This'll be a 38. This'll be a 38. It went 15.9 to the split. He's the only boat other than the Superboats to go sub 16 to the split. Ollie Silverton is going to smash it and rocks the place with a 38.763. Holy snap on ring spanner, Batman. 38.763. It went 15.97 to the split. The only other boat in the joint that's gone sub 16 to the split other than the Superboats. Ollie Silverton, well done. Macy Roylance, she's got the happy clapping going on in the nav seat. That was something special to watch. 38.763. You know what I'm looking forward to the most here? Ollie's donuts. Kyle's were good, but at Griffith, Ollie showed us how to do a donut display. So they will give Ollie the checkered flag. They're going to get it straight back off the trailer. The boys are happy. That is just jaw-dropping. A 38.763, the fastest lap of the weekend by a lot. But a sub-16 split, it was like that first sequence out of the hole, it was just a jet. All right, you want to see a donut display, CABARITA? You're about to see one. Make sure you make some noise for Ollie Silverton and Macy Roylance. 1 Australia, 1 NZ, 1 in the world for Group A. Put your hands together. Ollie Silverton. Listen to this thing at under half throttle. It's got like a top fuel cackle about it. Not bad for 400 odd cubic inches of methanol fueled Chevrolet small block. Right, I'm going to go on record here, team. That is the worst donut display in history. I think he's got the bow going and everything. He's so shy and quiet, is Ollie. Hey! I was so looking forward to the donut display. So that's probably the narrowest part of the track to try and even attempt it. Look, to Ollie and the PSP team, and like I'm an expat Kiwi, boys, but the PSP, Graham from Magnum, and the whole team, your commitment to be here all season and win this championship is just outstanding, guys. And I know Ollie will want to thank Justin Roylance and the Roylance team for their help, getting them total around the country, and I think the boat's been staying at their place in Forbes. All right, Ollie's back in the boat. We'll try and get it running now with a grill full of grass. All right, here we go. Now we'll look forward to some donuts properly in the spin-out pool this time. All right, here we go. +700 horsepower donuts. And fires it over the start chute island as well. He's been thinking Ollie was shy. Good grief. He's an animal. I think he was getting dizzy. One more time, CABARITA. Put your hands together for Ollie Silverton. And arguably the most bizarre celebration we've seen in jet sprinting in Australia just about, where he's parked it on the island first and then done the donuts and then launched over the start chute island on the way down the start chute. Oh, wow. Well done, guys. But anyway, as I said, absolutely outstanding achievement, and it's been a pleasure having you guys here in Australia, and look forward to having a couple of 32 lemonades with you tonight back in Coolangatta. So I don't know how they're going to do the number sequence. So does it go 1WNZAUS? So 1 wins AUS, something like that. Actually, wins for the Kiwis means an entirely different thing, eh? WINZ's a totally different meaning. You know what I'm talking about, Kiwis. All right. Hey, we've still got a final to go. We've got the Unlimited Superboat final. Mongrel, Ramjet, and the Troublemaker. Sounds like a lawyer's office. So Fonzie's going to run last. Pete's going to run first in the Mongrel. So while I get a chance, and Pete's written down some sponsors for me. Circle Group, Tweed Bait, Fire Protection Services Australia, and Fry Mate. Just keep it between the islands, Pete, and you've got a podium, buddy. .410 cubic inch small block injected on methanol. Beautifully presented boat. He's been racing around this place a long, long time, and good to see him back in the sport. Ooh, a little bit of cavitation. It sort of got really, really wide. Oh, and that was just about as wide through the centre. He's just about been off twice. Oh, and he nearly slapped it off the bank over the back after the split. It went 17.39 to the split. Nearly hit the bank at Benny's. Oh, I tell you what, if nothing else, it's spectacular, Pete. The Mongrel being a Mongrel. He's given it a red-hot go, as Peter Brock used to say. He's going to get the lap completed. And a very, very entertaining 42.58. Oh, is there a rotation error in there? Was there a rotation error in there? Oh, no. And then he's parked it on the bank anyway. So that must have been fairly late in the run? Yeah, in the second half. Coming out of Benny's. Okay. I was just admiring how many islands he hit with the thing. Like, seriously. It was spectacular. It will unfortunately be a no time, but he still gets the podium, doesn't he? Yeah. Well done, Pete. And if you're not going to win, be spectacular. And Pete's definitely done that. With honour. was lucky he didn't get it upside down, hitting the island where he did. That was one of those laps, and I said it earlier with one of the other boats, he's hit everything except the jet ski. All right, they get that fired back up and back into the pit area with Brooke Lucas and the troublemaker to come. The ex-XXX Sagittis boat. And of course, Fonzie Mullen in the mighty Ramjet 583 cubic inch LS Monster. Nah, gonna get the jet ski. I'm still trying to, that lap from Ollie Silverton, man, that was special. That was something special to watch. That was cool. The after-match celebrations, not so much. It was entertaining. I shouldn't have built up his donut display, and he's gone and parked it on the island in front of the spectators and got out and taken a bow. Okay. Oh, the recovery boys have managed to fill up the intake of the jet ski. We got a recovery for the recovery. Two more boats to run. The Troublemaker and Ramjet to conclude the 23-24 Penrite Australian V8 Superboat Championships here at CABARITA. I've loved being a part of it this year. Thank you, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the action throughout the season with the live stream and the television coverage. And again, for me, you've got to be here live. You've got to be at these events live. Personally, there's not a lot of motorsports like jet sprint racing, like Speedway. It happens here right in front of you. And we've got some amazing people as part of this sport on both sides of the Tasman. And what's really sort of reinvigorated that for me this weekend and over the season with the Kiwis coming across, Matty Harrod, Rob Coley, and I think Johnny Derry come across at one stage and raced, and of course Ollie Silverton, is the camaraderie between both sides of the Tasman, and I've seen that especially over boat motorsports across the Tasman with offshore powerboat racing, jet sprinting of course, GP hydroplanes to an extent, although every time there's a big GP hydroplane meeting across the Tasman that ends up in court, but the camaraderie across the two places is certainly very, very special, and it continues here with jet sprinting. I've experienced it in offshore powerboating, and it's really, really cool to be a part of. So thank you for having me a part of that, guys. All right, so we'll get Pete into the pit area, Troublemaker to fire up, and Fonzie Mullen to come to conclude what has been a sensational weekend. Not so much weather-wise, but today you cannot complain about the weather. We had a little thread of rain coming in from the inland that thankfully we managed to avoid, and sunny conditions, not too hot out there. It's very, very pleasant, and just a stunning race facility here at Round Mountain Raceway. And from a commentary position, one of the best commentary viewing positions anywhere in the country. Tamora is not too bad, but I'll tell you, here with the facilities we've got at CABARITA, you guys are pretty spoiled. For a weekly run sort of club deal, it's a pretty cool joint. All right, Brooke Lucas has fired up the Troublemaker. Mack Craft 410 cubic inch sprint car engine. Should be around that sort of 750 to 800 horsepower mark. So as I've been saying throughout the weekend, Brooke, a former racer, he won an Australian 350 championship, which was the forerunner to LS back in 2009. Stepped away from the sport, was still involved from running it, and got asked to be the race director when Grant Burke wasn't able to do it. So spent most of last year with us as our race director, and took the opportunity to get into Superboat. Never raced an unlimited Superboat before, so got the opportunity to buy this boat, the SX Sagittis XXX Macraft 410. I was just saying to him again before, it looked really comfortable. He said, yeah, look, I'm getting better. I'm getting faster to the boat, whereas in the beginning, the boat was much faster than me. Right, down to the split, it goes 17.03. been down in the 42s. Oh, he's wide enough. Oops. So, what happens there between him and Pete? Pete gets second because he completed more of the lap. Got to the wrong way, beats the DNF. Okay, I just learned something. So, Pete Monga, well, at the moment, you're leading. Oh, that's disappointing for Brooke. I was giving him such a good build-up too. Oh, the recovery boy's just about garroted himself with the jet ski stopping on the bank. Thankfully that didn't go over because it was sliding sideways out of Benny's and it did not pick up and get on its side because that was very close to going over. Alright, so Brock Lucas and Nikki Dale with a DNF needing recovery. They should get the boat fired back up, but it'll have a lot underneath the grill. The recovery boys, you might need to go and help push the jet ski back in. So just listening to a conversation behind me about the rules with a wrong way beats a DNF. I think that's the classification. Alright, we'll get Brooke back into the pit area. I don't think it's done too much damage. It just went for that big slide out of Benny, sort of picked it up off the bank, fired it up onto the grass and it slid sideways. Thankfully it didn't sort of get any traction and trip over onto its roll cage. Might have done a little bit of damage to the hull on the right side. There's just like maybe a little ripple about a third of the way down on the right side of the hull. Okay, we're not having much luck with this jet ski recovery today, are we? I think this highlights how much material's still in the water. As much of it has come out. Alright, Fonzie Mullen. I don't think he's fired up yet, but he is in the water. So Fonzie can just cruise around with one arm up on the side of the boat after the two just before him in the final of Unlimited Superboat. Unusual to see. Usually we would see a Scotty Krause or a Daryl Hutton in the finals, or a Tyler Finch. No Tyler this weekend, no Glenn Roberts. Glenn's race engine was put into Scotty Krause's circuit race boat to attempt a blind world record, a blindfolded world record for the highest speed in a race boat. Ran last weekend at Yarrawonga. I'm not too sure about Tyler, and yeah, Scotty Krause in the Chaos team from Temora. I'm not too sure why we didn't see Scotty here this weekend at the end of the championship. So one boat left to run for the 23-24 championship. Penrite Australian V8 Superboats Championship concludes very, very shortly here at Round Mountain Raceway, Cabarita Beach. A nice early finish to the day. About to hear the Ramjet 583 fire up. All right, Fonzie's firing up on the trailer. Last run. Now, can Fonzie go nuts? I hope so, because he's been in the 37s all weekend. I reckon there's a 36 in there. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to, but Fonzie being Fonzie, might just go and do something a little bit special here. And he's gone 37-1. Not in the 36s, but went 37-1. Which is impressive considering a 38.7 in Group A with about 400 or 500 horsepower less from Ollie Silverton. So Fonzie's just warming up now. So look, importantly for Fonz, he needs to finish the lap. So like if there's a nav error, he still needs to correct it and get the thing home. Can we? Will we see a 36? Don't know. Doesn't need to. He can just cruise, but Fonzie cruising? Yeah, nah. All right, the GM Motorsport team are all up on the bank in front of us. Hard luck, Bastian. Hard luck, mate. It was a good lap up until then. All right, Fonzie. Ooh, he's hit that first couple of corners hard. If it goes mid-15 at the split, you know he's on something special. Ooh, it got a little bit heavy. Down to the split, and it goes, 15.25. 15.25 to the split. Little rollout left down into Benny's. Man, this thing's got some power. It's gone 15.25. I reckon that's his best split of the weekend. Nobody's got into the 14s. All right, bringing it home. One corner left to go. Will it go sub 37? Oh, yeah. How about a 36.76? Thank you, Fonzie. 36.769. It went 15.25 at the split, and that is Fonzie with the elbows up. That was impressive. Come on, CABARITA, put your hands together, folks. That was a very, very good lap, and for Fonzie, that one was on the edge in a couple of spots there. Wow, 36.769. So put this into perspective. 36.76. Ollie Silverton went 38.76. 2 seconds across Group A and Unlimited Superboat. That shows you how good both of those laps were. Ollie, well done, and Fonzie, well done. I was secretly hoping Fonzie would throw a 36 out there because, yeah, what could have been if he didn't. But only Fonzie knows, and he's just gone and laid that out with a 36.763. Absolutely, 769, sorry. Fastest lap of the weekend on the planet. And that's the reason why he's a 9-time Australian Unlimited Superboat champion and a 10-time all-class champion and the reigning world champion. Looking to go to New Zealand to defend his worlds in February 25 at Wanaka and Wanganui. Said he hasn't raced at Wanaka for about 10 years. I think he raced there under lights, he said. I think he's raced at Wanganui a couple of times. But looking forward to seeing the Australian contingent go over. Put your hands together for Fonzie Mullen. Lee Stewart in the navigation seat. The Monster 583 cubic inch LS from GM Motorsport. Pulse hull. Ramjet Sign Perfection, GM Motorsport. Now 9-time Australian Unlimited Superboat champion. And still arguably, I reckon, the fastest accelerating boat on the planet. He's going around the island. That's the Fonzie donut. I think, did the flag exit stage right? It did. Lee lost the flag. The flag's come off the stick. I've got to be careful how I say this. Lee's just holding on to the stick. Right, will he do some doughies in the spin-out pool? Come, Fonz. Nah. He saw Ollie's effort. One more time, put your hands together for all of our winners here this weekend. Thank you, Round Mountain Raceway, CABARITA Beach. Thank you to the fans up there in the stands. Thank you to those watching at home and in Florence in Italy on our live stream. Congratulations to Bastian Mullen, Fonzie Mullen and Ollie Silverton. And I think Kobe Burke in the junior development. Does Kobe win the One Australia in junior development? Does Kobe win the One Australia in junior development? Yes, yeah. So Kobe will have a 1 AUS on the junior development boat as well. So congratulations to all of those and our winners today, and to all the volunteers, our recovery team, Danny from KMC for providing them with their Speed Flow shirts. We're going to have a big night tonight back in Coolangatta for the awards evening. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing you all there. Have a safe trip home for those travelling out of state, and we will see you back in 2025. If you're missing a key card, I think there's one being handed down here in the pit area. What was the name, Gordon? Henman. So if you're missing a key card, there's one down here in the pits with the name of Henman on it, apparently. The team up here is saying it's Aaron. Anyway, so that's it. I'm signing off. I am Jamie McCarthy. Thank you very, very much, team. Have a safe trip home. See you back in 2025. And a big thank you to Penrite for their support of the 2023-24 Penrite Australian V8 Superboats Championship. See you next year. Bye.